never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Might be where you are, around this great country or around the world for that matter. There we go. We're closing out the weekend. Christmas week is upon us. Ready or not? All right. No, I was not out and about at the shopping malls. Didn't have to do a whole lot of Christmas shopping. I think we're down to, for the most part, got a couple of gift cards yet to buy. You can do that anywhere. Got a lot of wrapping to do this week. Yeah, that's always fun. A wrapping party. But yeah, hope you had a good weekend. For the Sommers family, it was wedding weekend for young Max and Abby. They've officially now tied the knot. So how long before the honeymoon's over, right? No, it was kind of like brew house weekend. They had the rehearsal dinner, as they call it, there at Taft's Brewing Company. I'd never been there. Pretty cool place. That was actually Thursday night. I'd say that's the first time I've been to a party and only had 1.5 beers because I had to work Thursday night. I was here with you Thursday night, Friday morning. And the wedding Saturday night. Beautiful, beautiful wedding there at the Rheingeist Brewery in downtown Cincinnati. That was our weekend. I hated to do it, but I missed the LSI party. We were at the wedding while all the rest of the Hotshot Secret Crew and Lubrication Specialties Incorporated folks were gathered together for the Christmas party. Sorry I missed you guys, but Believe it or not, I can't be at two places at the same time. You know how that works? All right, so we get things underway for a new week. Let me flip over to the national radar scene, and it's a pretty quiet night. We're starting the week off relatively tranquil for a good portion of the country. There's going to be definitely some travel issues as we progress through this Christmas week. With each passing day, more and more people will be hitting the road, heading to various destinations for Christmas. And as that holiday travel escalates through the week, according to our friends at AccuWeather, the weather pattern may follow suit with an increasing potential for weather delays throughout the upcoming week for some parts of the country. And here's how they break it down. Let's see, as we start off, delays in the northwest and the southeast, the two opposing corners of the country. As the week leading up to Christmas gets underway here, we'll see some active weather, mainly confined to those opposite corners. A storm along the Gulf Coast, bringing the threat for drenching rain and potentially some severe thunderstorm, both today and Tuesday, as well as some much chillier weather to parts of the southeast. There's little doubt that a portion of the southeastern states will get a thorough soaking from this storm between now and Tuesday. Now, there is some question as to how extensive that shield of rain will be, though. Airports in the region may face some delays due to lightning or severe thunderstorms, while road travel could also be slowed as rain reduces visibility, could cause some hydroplaning and some localized flooding. However, by Wednesday, and through the rest of the week, dry weather and sunshine is expected to return to most of the region there. In the opposite corner of the country, rain and mountain snow will continue to focus on the Pacific Northwest on into Monday night. Precip will be mainly rain west of the Cascades. Easterly winds will bring an influx of colder air east of the Cascades, possibly bringing some snow and ice to some of the interior portions of Washington and Oregon. Now, I look at the Pacific Northwest. We are seeing some snow tonight in central Montana, western Montana. Not much in Idaho right now, but you get back toward the Washington-Oregon line, snow falling primarily, again, east of Portland. It's rain, some pockets of heavier rain from Portland to Salem down into Eugene, Oregon. You get east of that, and it's snow flying in that region. So this could bring some difficult travel conditions. Some of our interstates, 82, 84, maybe I-90. Heavy snow could fall along the eastern slopes of the Cascades rather than the more typical western slopes. Just enough cold air could be funneled through the Columbia River Gorge to cause rain to mix with or change to snow in the Portland area, which, again, has not occurred yet. Could cause some travel delays. Meanwhile, for most on the west side of the Cascades, milder Pacific air will cause the freezing levels to rise, bringing rain in some of the higher elevations. It could bring the threat for some localized flooding from rain and snowbelt combined, as well as avalanches. At times, rain may slow down travelers along the Interstate 5 corridor. All right, as we progress through the week, headed into the middle portions of the week, travelers along the East Coast are going to have to stay alert for the potential of a winter storm. You have this storm bringing chilly, drenching rains to parts of the southeast early this week. Will turn north up the Atlantic coast for Wednesday and Thursday. Probably two of the bigger travel days. At this point in time, indications are the storm will remain just off the coast and out to sea, with no impact except for breezy conditions along the coast until the storm reaches Atlantic Canada. But forecasters warn those with interest in these areas, don't let your guard down. There's a number of different scenarios that could cause the storm to track closer to the coast. However, the most likely scenario would be a further south dip in the jet stream that could capture the storm and bring it up closer to the coast. Now, if that's the case, should the storm track closer to the coast, we could see a slew of impacts and delays unfolding. Accumulating snow could reach parts of the Interstate 95 corridor for the first time this season, causing both airport and ground travel delays just in time for the holiday travel to really ramp up. All right, while the East Coast may just be a close call there, there's much less uncertainty in the West. It's going to be stormy, while rain and snow focus on the Northwest to start the week. By later on Monday night into Tuesday, rain, wind, and mountain snow begins to shift south and expand through the West, kicking off a several day stretch of adverse weather that will probably last right through the Christmas weekend. Rain will spread across much of California by the middle of the week, with heavy snow in the Sierra Nevada region. During the second half of the week, rain and snow expanding into the interior areas, threatening to snarl travel across the Great Basin and the Four Corners region, while also continuing to pound the West Coast. Enough rain may slam into the San Francisco Bay Area and the Sacramento Valley of California from Tuesday into Wednesday to see some urban flooding and travel delays and hazards for those last-minute Christmas shoppers. Rain and gusty winds may cause delays in some major airport hubs: San Francisco, Los Angeles, Las Vegas, and Phoenix. Just in time for some of the busiest travel days of the year. Delays at those large airport hubs can often cascade and cause delays for air travelers elsewhere across the country. For those that are going to be out there on the roadways, snow may snarl travel in the mountain passes or even cause them to close for periods of time. Many outdoor holiday plans may end up wet and cold. However, the continued surge of heavy mountain snow may actually create a holiday boom for the ski resorts, as long as the weather breaks in enough time for people to safely travel to the ski resorts. That's going to be the problem, just being able to get there. Meanwhile, in the midsection of the country, when you're the east and the west, keeping a close eye on the weather, travel delays in the middle of the country should be minor in comparison. The storm track across the middle of the country will shift well to the north, directing any snow or ice mostly into Canada or the far northernmost reaches of the United States. A fast-moving area of low pressure, an Alberta Clipper as we call them, will race across the northern plains later on Monday night into Tuesday. Just a light coating of snow, the potential for a few slippery spots stretching from northern Montana all the way to northern Minnesota, maybe the UP of Michigan. After that system, another area of low pressure looks to develop over the Dakotas and maybe tracks into the northern Great Lakes Thursday into Friday. That could bring another quick round of light snow or maybe an icy mix. So the slippery spots, places like Minneapolis or Green Bay, Wisconsin, Thursday night, Friday morning. There could be a third storm spinning up in the same area that could bring a more significant snow to parts of the northern plains during the day on Christmas Day. But as far as a white Christmas is concerned, an overwhelming majority of the country will not be seeing a white Christmas. Final note, elsewhere across the plains and the Midwest, a mild, dry week is in store. Kind of a welcome reprieve after a couple of bouts of deadly severe weather over the last week. Denver, you'll spend much of the week dry with high temperatures around or even maybe above 60 degrees, a good 20 degrees above normal for this time of year. After a chilly, rainy start to the week, Houston, you could spend the days leading up to Christmas challenging the 80-degree mark, about 15 degrees above normal here for late December. There's a quick look around the country. We've got more to share as far as the white Christmas, and we'll focus a bit more in on the southeastern USA with this deluge that's going to be bringing potentially some flooding rain to portions of Georgia, Alabama, Florida, the Carolinas over the next several days. Some pretty significant rain is in the forecast, and many of these areas could really use the rain because it has been abnormally dry in much of that region of the country. All right, flip over here. Check it in. Roy was first out of the box on YouTube. There's Chevy Guy, first out of the box on Facebook. Copy the mail. Richard, morning from Central Florida, where it's 68 degrees. Hello to Steve, everyone out there. Timothy says, thank you to all the truckers out there. Merry Christmas. Dale, good morning from Jacksonville, Florida. Partly cloudy, 73 this morning. Let's have a great week headed into that Christmas. Everybody be safe. Get home to that family. Another Dave checking in. Morning from New Jersey, where it's 28 degrees. Yeah, kind of chilly out there. We're like, 31 outside the secret bunker this morning. Yeah, but the wind's not blowing. So, 31 doesn't feel too bad. But if the wind were blowing, it would cut like a knife. So it doesn't feel too bad. Captain Ron checking in on this awesome day called Monday. Yes, I know. He loves his Mondays. Charles sitting in Cleveland waiting on the game. Charles, a.k.a. Nightlight. Okay, what game are we waiting on? All right, morning, Steve. Happy Monday. A cool 35 degrees here in Memphis. Getting ready to head out to Fontana and back. Everybody truck safe. Have a great day. James says, looks like Biden's Build Back Better bill is dead. Did you hear that? You are correct, James. What's his name? Manchin. Joe Manchin pretty much stuck a fork in it. It's done. Because he officially came out this past day and said, as much as I've tried to work to come up with something that I could support, I've done everything in everything possible to try to work with them, but I cannot support the Build Back Better plan. So there it is. The official news headline is, it is dead. Good morning, Steve, and the Hot Shot Secret Crew. There's Buckwheat checking in. We've got a chilly 28 here in Indianapolis. Everybody have a safe morning. Hello, Steve, and the overnight crew from Heavy D. Stay safe. Keep on trucking. Ho, 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 Santa Claus here, playing in the fog tonight on I-5 as I head to my home away from home, March Air Force Base. I'm going to be doing an all-nighter, so keep me going, Steve. Thanks for what you do for us. You got it, Santa Claus. Well, there you go. Good to have you with us. Buckeye Boy checking in from Harlingen, Texas, where it's a miserable 46 degrees and rainy. I stopped in Bow Bridge, Louisiana last night. Have been in rain most of the way here. Sounds like you had a great wedding to go to. Glad it went well. I used to be in the catering business and worked in hotels. So I've catered, been a bartender, planned all the equipment and service, or supervised well over 500 weddings over the years. There you go. It's good to get a couple off on a positive start on their lives together by having a smoothly run reception. Have a great night. Everybody be careful out there. Yeah, they really did it up. I'll tell you that. It was, first of all, it was just a beautiful venue, beautiful wedding ceremony. And we went downstairs while they kind of transformed what was the wedding area into the actual reception hall. So no one had to leave and go to a different venue for the reception. Everything in the same locale, and had a live band. That was a great band. So, yeah, good times. Let's see. Joe Manchin is a no vote, according to Gerald. Yep. Hello to Pappy. We've got 26 degrees in Harrison. Feels like we're back to winter for a few days, I guess. Hello to Cookie. Cookie, sleepless in central Indiana. I'm sending a thumbs up to all the truck drivers out there, as well as Steve and the Hot Shot Secret Crew. Thank you, Cookie. Good to have you on board. Get to your calls just ahead at 844-844-3388 on a Monday. Are you ready for Christmas? It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I'm looking at the photograph from this past day from Doc Holliday. Hello, Doc. You could check in every once in a while, you know. But he was checking in from the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Biloxi. Right. He's got the photographic evidence. Doc loves raw oysters. I am not a raw oyster kind of person. Just can't do it. Now, maybe the fried oysters, okay, I've tried those a few times. I'm not a big fan, but I had 4 dozen raw oysters, 6 oysters Rockefeller, whatever that is, and a ½ pound of red Royal Jumbo shrimp. And, of course, a Budweiser to complement it all. Yum, yum. Merry Christmas to me. And he's got the photo of, I mean, he ain't kidding, all those oysters. Dude, you're looking to get in the hospital. But I hope you enjoyed that. That guy can eat more oysters than anyone I know. But all right, hope you enjoyed that, Doc Holliday. Hello to the Carolina Monkey Gouger. What's up tonight?
Well, Merry Christmas, Steve. How you doing tonight?
Merry Christmas. I'm doing just fine.
Well, that's good, man. I'll tell you what, it's been a heck of a week, man. I had a front end blowout. I'm wore out, man. Tornadoes, fires, front end blowout. It's just been a trip. One trip I'm gonna ride off and hope it don't never turn out like this again.
All right. So are you back at the Marina Del Rey now, or are you still trying to get there?
We still trying to get there. We got to put off 2 stops in Virginia in the morning or this morning, and then got to ease on down to Concord, North Carolina, and put one off, and then I got one for Wednesday right there at the house. It's just a little old shipment there. I gotta put. I got the milk run going back. You know, everybody went in for the vacation, and old dispatcher called me and said, "Hey, man, I'm in a jam." And I said, "You always in a jam when you call me." And he said, "Look here." He said, I told you I'd get you a straight shot home. I said, "Yeah." I said, you said a straight shot. And he said, "Well, I need a little help. I got a load and I can't get it moved." and said, this thing is paying like gold. Said, you're going to break the bank for this one.
Oh, boy.
So anyway, he told me what it was, and I said, well, yeah, I can get that job done for you. No problem. But Steve, you know, this is the time of the year that I just love. I mean, I just love Christmas. I don't care. I'm just a big old kid. And out here roaming the highways and byways of America, seeing all the Christmas lights. And it just makes me just proud to be an American, that people are not letting this woke America ruin Christmas. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
And I mean, I've noticed at a couple of places I've been, you know, you pay Merry Christmas, sir. Have a safe trip home. Hope you get home safe. I mean, it's just been a real festive holiday, you know, coming into the big day of Christmas. And I mean, it just really has just, you know, made me put me in the Christmas spirit all of a sudden. I mean, you know,
right. Well, that's what you want to be, right? You want to be in the good mood.
Be in a good mood. Well, I tell you, we got a gentleman out here that calls this radio show from time to time, and you know him, I know him, and I got to give a big shout out to Moose. I mean, a big shout out. You know, I had shoulder surgery. You know, I was out of work like 5 months last year, and this year, and I still hadn't got all my strength back in my shoulder. You know, when it goes to pulling stuff, it still bothers me. Mm-hmm. And I was telling Moose about it here about 2 weeks ago. I said, you know, my old shoulder is just throbbing tonight. I don't know whether it's bursitis or arthritis or centeritis or whatever, but I just, this thing has jumped on me, and my arm is sore as it could be. And he said, well, Monkey Gouger, he says, you know, when does it bother you? I said, well, when I'm trying to pull the damn fifth wheel pin. I said, that thing just gives me a fit. And he said, okay, you know, he said, I hate to hear that, man. He said, because I have shoulder problems from time to time. You know, I have my knee replaced, and said, you know, it just takes a little while to get well. He said, don't try and strain it. Well, I'm riding down the road Friday, you know, and just taking life easy, and it's the big Moose. And I said, wonder what the hell he's calling me for. So I answered the phone, and Moose said, ho, 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 Merry Christmas, Monkey Gouger. And I said, well, Merry Christmas to you, Moose. He said, look here. He said, you're going to be getting a package at your house today, a box. So you might want to call Deb and tell her to look for it. So it's going to be kind of a big old box. And he said, you know, he said, I hope this helps you. And I said, well, Moose, can you clue me in on what you're doing here? I said, so I can tell, you know, Debbie, what you got up your sleeve. He said, no. He said, Monkey Gouger, really. He said, I got to thinking about this thing, and he says, I got a brand new air slide fifth wheel up here that's got an easy release pin on it. And he said, I'm not got no use for it. And he said, I couldn't think of anybody else that I'd want to have this fifth wheel slide than you. So the Moose sent me about a $3,500 fifth wheel and air slide. Now, ain't that a hell of a Christmas present?
Well, Merry Christmas. How about that? You're not kidding.
And I'll tell you, Steve, I've just been in the best mood all weekend. I mean, I didn't see this coming. I mean, I really didn't. I mean, you know, I just mentioned something to him about it and didn't think no more about it. And, man, I tell you, I can't thank him enough. I mean, I'm so ecstatic about getting home. And I got the crew lined up. I'm going to run through there Tuesday, and we're going to slap that thing on there. I'm going to make my last delivery and check this bad boy out. I mean, it's state of the art. And anyway, Debbie called me Friday afternoon and said, hey, what the hell did you buy? I said, I didn't buy nothing. She said, well, there's a freight truck here that's got a big old crate here. It's got Jimmy on it. I said, oh. I said, that's Moose. Moose said that to us for Christmas present, Debbie. I said, I've been telling you, my heart's been bothering me. She said, yeah. I said, well, Moose said there was no need for me to hurt anymore. He put an end to it. And she said, well, what the hell is it? I said, it's that new fifth wheel air slide that I've been talking about I wanted. So, man, I'm going to tell you something, Steve. I just can't thank Big Moose enough for, he really just made my Christmas.
That's a great story, Monkey Gouger. That should make life much easier for you, huh?
Oh, yes, sir. I'll tell you, it's gonna make it a lot easier, man. I'm looking so forward to get this thing on the truck and not having to about pull my guts out to pull that fifth wheel pin anymore. I'm just excited and right here at Christmas, it means so much to me that this man would just basically give somebody he don't really know other than this radio show talking to me. I never met Big Moose. Just talked to him, time to time over the radio show and stuff. And that's the great thing about this radio show. It brings people together. Steve, I just don't know what to say. I really don't. I'm really dumbfounded if you want to know the truth.
I guess what you're trying to say is thank you. Thank you, Big Moose, right?
Yeah. Thank you, Big Moose. Thank you, But it just blows me away. I am just totally at a loss for words. I don't know how I'm ever going to have to repay him. I don't know what I could do for him. And he just told me, don't worry about it. Just take it and use it and just think about me when you pull the pin.
How about that? That's great. Well, we hadn't heard from Big Moose in a week or so. I hope he's doing well. I don't know if he's still out there driving or not, what he's up to, but hope he has a Merry Christmas.
I'll tell you something, man. He's getting ready for it, and he's been working at night, and stuff. And he said he just hadn't really called in because he's so after he makes his run and stuff, he goes home and sleeps and takes care of the critters and everything. But Steve, I'm gonna tell everybody in Radio Land, Moose, everybody, Merry Christmas, and you just don't know how much it meant to me, man. I just can't tell you enough. But before I get off of here, have you seen the new Chevrolet commercial?
I don't think so.
You need to check out that new Chevrolet commercial. Buddy, I'm gonna tell you something. If that don't stop you dead in your tracks, you ain't got no feelings at all. It's a happy commercial, but yet it sends a message that America is still strong and going, and the American way is still alive. But if you get a chance, Google that thing tonight, and you might want to wait till you get off the air, because I guarantee you, buddy, you're going to need some Kleenex.
Wow.
I promise you're going to need some Kleenex.
I'll be darned. I'll have to check that out. No, I have not seen that.
So, Steve, I'm going to back on out of here and try to get on up here and get this first stop off. And like I say, everybody listening, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and Moose, can't thank you enough, buddy. I really can't.
Merry Christmas. And if we don't talk to you more, surely you got to check in some other time before we get to Christmas, right? But have a great night, Monkey Gouger. Hey, let's get our news break in here. It is 844-844-3388, where he's running down there in the Carolinas, Virginia. Yeah, he may be running a little slower than he otherwise might because, as I said, a lot of rain supposed to be coming in that region now into Tuesday. We'll kind of break some of that down for you coming up. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
Now that Senate Democrat Joe Manchin says he will not vote for the legislation, it looks like Democrats are not going to be able to overcome Republican opposition in the Senate to pass President Biden's roughly $2 trillion Build Back Better bill. Tom Cotton, the U.S. Senator from Arkansas, says,
At a time when we have almost $30 trillion in debt, this bill would add $5 trillion to it. We have the worst inflation in 40 years. This bill would add fuel to the fire of inflation.
The Republican cotton speaking there on Fox News Sunday night in America. President Biden's Build Back Better agenda would focus on issues from health care to education, climate change, and tax laws. The NHL and Players Association announcing cross-border games are now being postponed for the upcoming week because of rising COVID cases. This is USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to bingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at bingoRadioUSA.com. That's bingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry! Free accounts are limited.
Did you know Mike Lindell has over 150 different items on the MyPillow website, and any of them would be great for Christmas gifts for your friends and family? Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 after you've explored the MyPillow website. Use that promo code USA and save big on anything in the MyPillow website just for Christmas.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, just in case you missed it last week, here's our Christmas week schedule here for the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Obviously, we're here this morning for a Monday. Get the week started. 20th day of December. We're counting down. I'll be here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday morning. Then Thursday night into Friday morning, we'll be firing up Christmas music. Sounds of the season. So if you're out there rolling around, going to be out there, not everyone gets to get home for Christmas, but you could punch up the Overnight Drive Radio app on your smartphone and listen to Christmas tunes just like you listen to the show literally throughout the day. Throughout the day, Friday, and of course Christmas Day, all day Saturday. Then at the midnight hour, Saturday night into Sunday morning, as we're into the 26th of December. It'll be some repeats, probably some of the shows with maybe Chris Cabral. I'm not sure what all they're going to be playing back there. Then it's back live Sunday night into Monday morning next week for New Year's week. And pretty much the same schedule. I'll be here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday morning. Then it's going to be a long weekend. We've got the mother-in-law, Mama's here at the Sommers residence in Cincinnati. We'll be taking her home over the New Year's weekend, but I'll be out Sunday night and Monday night as the New Year's underway. And then it's back to a regular schedule as we'll be into the year of 2022. So there's our holiday schedule. And if memory serves, I remember when I had that one sick day that I took back in November, and I guess there's not a podcast. When you run a replay, there's not a podcast. So those days will be empty, those nights that I'm off, I guess. So that'll be like for the 24th and the 31st, you won't find a podcast because it's really just repeating things from previous shows. But just so you're up to speed on what we've got on the slate here. All right, for down in Monkey Gouger's neck of the woods, I mentioned significant rain is on the way in the southeast. Now, it's welcome news for a region that's been in the midst of abnormally dry or even drought conditions. Forecasters warn as a storm tracks through, it could also trigger some severe weather in Florida. Soil and brush conditions have varied substantially over the southeast this fall. Some areas are even near to slightly above average, but that's much of Florida, for instance. But other areas over the interior southeast have been significantly drier in recent months. Locations from northern and western Georgia to much of the Carolinas and southern Virginia are in the greatest need of rain. Conditions range from abnormally dry to even severe drought in some areas. About 42% of North Carolina, 23% of South Carolina are considered to be in severe drought. Asheville, North Carolina has only picked up about 22% of their normal rain since November 1st, with about 1.4 inches compared to a normal somewhere about 6 inches of rain for that 6-week period. But even in parts of Florida, there's been little to no rain during the first half of December. Tampa, for instance, has only picked up 2/100ths of an inch of rain since December 1st. Normal rainfall there would be over 2.5 inches. So a soaking rain or a few downpours might not be terrible news, but could bring some disruptions and inconvenience for those spending time outdoors. Yeah, those maybe trying to visit beaches and the theme parks in the days ahead of Christmas. Yeah, the late fall, winter, and early spring months are typically the dry time of year in Florida. For example, rainfall generally averages 1 to 3 inches per month in Orlando from November through March. All right, there's little doubt that a portion of the southeastern states will get a thorough soaking from a storm from now till Tuesday. There's a question as to how extensive that shield of rain will be. Right now, it appears areas from northern and central Florida, southeast Alabama, central and southern Georgia, and low country and midlands of South Carolina and southeastern North Carolina are in the running for a general half-inch to maybe an inch of rain, with some locally higher amounts starting late today into Tuesday night. So if you're going to be working or traveling through that zone, you'll probably see some delays. Forecasters say there's a chance that soaking rain and wet conditions may reach further to the northwest with this storm, which would translate the portions of central Alabama and maybe northern Georgia to central North Carolina and even southeastern Virginia. Here late November, there was a fire that broke out at the Pilot Mountain State Park, recall, North Carolina, which is believed to have originated from a campfire that went on to burn 1,100 acres before being contained early December. Soil conditions are still pretty dry in the region, and much of the southern Appalachians and foothills, dry brush, freshly fallen leaves are potential fuel. The front forecast to push southeastward this weekend is likely to produce just some spotty, sporadic rainfall in the southeastern region. But even a light amount of rain can go a long way this time of year, as evaporation rates are very low compared to the summertime. The recent record-challenging warmth and above-average temperatures have caused evaporation rates to be considerably higher than normal. Temperatures here in the first half of December have been running well above normal. Average highs, would be middle 50s from most of that region. Early to mid-December, you've seen many days with highs well into the 60s and even some 70s. Now, the stronger the storm becomes and the speed at which it strengthens, that's going to have an impact on how far to the north and the west that the rain will ultimately reach. Should the storm remain weak until it pushes off the Georgia-Florida coast, rain may struggle to reach the I-85 corridor and may only impact around I-10 and 95. Should the storm ramp up quickly, have a better chance of soaking areas as far to the north and the west as maybe even the southern Appalachians. Even with the moderate storm system, enough warmth, moisture, and jet stream energy are going to be available to produce some heavy, gusty, maybe even locally severe thunderstorms, especially in central and southern Florida later today into Tuesday. So sounds like down in Phillips' neck of the woods, central Florida, they may be for a good soaking there. Now, should the storm strengthen quickly, they do say a severe weather outbreak could even evolve that includes some supercell thunderstorms capable of producing a few tornadoes over Florida. Even in lieu of severe thunderstorms, brief downpours may extend as far south as the Miami area and the Florida Keys as we look into Tuesday afternoon and Tuesday evening. So those with boating, fishing, or beach activities scheduled early this week, you'll need to plan accordingly. All right, there you go. Look at the southeastern U.S. As we said, it's a tale of two corners of the country, the southeast and the Pacific Northwest, as we get the new week started here. Hey, good morning, Horse Feathers. Happy Monday.
Morning, Your Honor. Thank you. Yeah, same back to you. Well, I'm glad you cleared that up there, that you're working this week and then you're off next week there, the whole week between Christmas and New Year's. I hope you have a good extended vacation there.
That's not what I said, horse feathers. What kind of wax you got in your ears?
Just messing with you. See if I can mess with everybody. I just figured it'd be nice to have a nice week off there. I thought maybe Chris would give you a whole week off there for, your extremely great work that you've done for this year. So, but anyway, so I'm glad to hear the wedding and everything went well. Now that was Maya's older son there, right?
Correct.
One
yes.
of the two wrestlers.
Right. Correct. That is. Yeah. That was Max.
Okay. Yeah, I remember back in the day there, you talking about him, all his wrestling stats and how he's doing and how far he made it. You said what? His younger brother actually won states. He didn't quite make it, but
correct.
Win, but
yes.
His younger brother did. Yeah.
Yeah, and Luke is still wrestling for Illinois. He's one of the Fighting Illini is where he's
Okay. Well, that's good to know.
Max he's become pretty successful. He was originally he was looking to be a teacher. He changed his and I can't remember the name of the company he's working for now, but he's doing very well. Abby is a school teacher, believe it or not. She's teaching the young kids. So,
cool. Very, very good. Then sounds good. So, so do we need to report on the Hot Shot Secret Christmas party? Because you didn't make it over to there, did you? With doing the wedding reception?
I was at the wedding. Well, how'd that go? Were you able to crash the party or?
Well, I didn't have any problem there. Chris there, he contracted with Maverick and John the Monkey there, and they flew that tri-motor Ford out all the way out here to the Lancaster County Municipal Airport. And I was able to get a ride out there to Mount Gilead there and got dropped off there in Dayton and picked up and brought up with a limousine to the Hot Shot Secret Christmas party. We had a grand old time.
How about that?
You wouldn't believe it, but can you imagine that both Kyle and Josh ended up climbing up and doing table dancing?
Oh boy. Oh my.
Yeah, I tell you what, buddy, you don't know what you missed. So, but it was a good time there, and Chris treated everybody great there. We all had great meal and great time, and so I don't know, a few little door prizes and gifts and a few of them reindeer games and stuff. But yeah, we had a grand old time there, so I greatly appreciate that there. And anyways, hey, not to, I don't know. I was debating whether I wanted to do this tonight or not, but I see a truck tonight there with that no roll Colorado deal on it, and I guess that's all back to that trial and the sentencing of 110 years. I guess I'm understanding that correctly, right? Isn't that what that's all about?
I'm not familiar with no roll Colorado. No, I haven't even heard that.
Yeah, I've seen a whole bunch of stuff on TikTok. There's trucks all lined up and down the highway, parked, not going to drive through Colorado, and I'm assuming they're protesting the verdict. And I don't know, this truck tonight, I guess he's trying to be in solidarity, but they had a Puerto Rican flag hanging on the back of the trailer. Flag from Puerto Rico. I'm like, well, the guy was from Cuba, so I guess it's one of the islands down there, but it wasn't quite the right flag. But I guess that's solidarity. But the one thing I want to ask, and I know some of the victims, families of the victims, were even decide were against what the sentencing was, and I guess the one thing everybody has to make a decision, but I'm just asking everybody to put themselves into the place of the victims or the victims' families. And if it was your wife, your mother, your child that was in an accident like this, would you still feel the same way as just being a sideline Monday morning quarterback? I mean,
well, that's a fair question, and I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to share, because I was going to bring this up because I had this as the #1 industry headline. There is another case, another incident where a truck driver was sentenced last week for pretty much exactly the same scenario. Traffic was stopped. Driver didn't stop. It was doing somewhere in a 70-mile-an-hour range, slammed into traffic, and there were 3 fatalities. And his sentence, which is vastly, vastly less than 110 years. I mean, there's no comparison. But I want to share that. Let me get a timeout, though, quickly. First, back in 2, it is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Now, of course, we're talking 2 distinctively separate incidents, but very similar, I guess you'd have to say. In this case, it was a California-based truck driver sentenced to prison for a 2019 crash. I believe it's the same year as the other, that killed 3 in Nebraska. Wednesday, December 15, 36-year-old truck driver Kenneth Kratt from Madera, California, was sentenced to 3 to 5 years in prison in Buffalo County District Court. Kratt pleaded no contest to 3 felony manslaughter charges. Now, the charges issued following the fatal pileup that occurred in a construction zone on eastbound I-80 in Buffalo County, Nebraska, on September the 20th of 2019, about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Traffic was slowed in the construction zone on I-80 when Kraft's semi-truck rear-ended a 2017 Chevy Silverado pickup driven by 37-year-old Ryan Vanisic. His truck also struck a Chevy Equinox driven by a 54-year-old Scott Gaylord, pushing the vehicle under the trailer of another semi-truck. 7 vehicles ultimately involved in the pileup. The Silverado pickup caught fire following the crash. Ultimately, Vanisic and the passenger in that vehicle, another 50-year-old Daniel Seelhoff, died as a result of the crash. Gaylord was also killed in the crash. 3 other people suffered serious injuries in the craft. The truck driver was not seriously hurt. Nebraska State Police said Kratt was traveling at speeds of 75 to 78 miles per hour in a 65-mile-per-hour zone when the crash occurred. Kratt told the victims' families who'd appeared in court, "I'm truly sorry for what I've done. I have no excuse, no reason for what happened. I wish there was something I could do to take it back." Now, according to the Nebraska report, Kratt faced up to 20 years on each felony manslaughter charge, which could have resulted in a 60-year sentence if the charges ran consecutively rather than concurrently. Prosecutors had requested the maximum sentence. Now, the judge credited Kratt with 30 days of served time. But ultimately, rather than, as the case was in Colorado, where the judge said he didn't have leeway. I guess the rules must be totally different, obviously, in Nebraska, because 3 to 5 years in prison was his sentence. What could have been a 60-year sentence. All right, so I pulled up No Trucks Colorado was the hashtag, apparently. Social media on fire with calls for truckers to boycott Colorado after the 110-year prison sentence for a crash that killed 4. It was 2019. Many contend that was way too much. Very similar to the case I just shared on his sentencing. Aguilera Medeiros wept and said he can't sleep and thinks about the victims all the time. He testified that the brakes on the semi failed before he plowed into those vehicles that had slowed because of another wreck. Now, prosecutors argued he could have used, as we've all discussed, one of several runaway ramps as his truck barreled down the mountains. In response to the brewing boycott, which has taken on the hashtag No Trucks Colorado, the Colorado Motor Carriers issued the following statement on Twitter. Feel for driver. I guess that means we feel for the driver. At hashtag No Trucks Colorado. Has some info that's not accurate. Not mechanical failure. Brakes gave way to the inexperienced driver traveling in mountains above posted speeds, not gearing down. Overheated brakes gave way. He knew of hot brakes, yet bypassed the runaway truck ramps. One Twitter user said in support of Medeiros, "It makes me happy to see truckers standing up for the 26-year-old who got 110 years. That's a ridiculous sentence for what was obviously an accident." Meanwhile, you have privileged, white boys, getting no time for pre-planned murders. Another Twitter user said that he and his brother have decided that we, Brown Eagle LLC, have joined the protest and are not getting any loads out of or to Colorado until Rogel gets justice, because 110 years is ridiculous. The company should be held accountable. Now, it says swirls of misinformation are also appearing on TikTok and other social media platforms. There's a photo that supposedly showed 18-wheelers backed up for miles on a Colorado interstate in response to this boycott, which was a misrepresentation. Those trucks were actually gridlocked because of icy weather conditions. And there's, at the same time, many calling the boycott as unnecessary. Okay, so there's the breakdown on that. But whatever the photo you're seeing there, so that had nothing to do with some supposed boycott. There's more to it, but we've got to get our news update here. We'll get to Always Movins on the line. Hillbilly Tex checking in this Monday morning. And room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
Now that Senate Democrat Joe Manchin says he will not vote for the legislation, it looks like Democrats are not going to be able to overcome Republican opposition in the Senate to pass President Biden's roughly $2 trillion Build Back Better bill. Tom Cotton, the U.S. Senator from Arkansas, says,
at a time when we have almost $30 trillion in debt, this bill would add $5 trillion to it. We have the worst inflation in 40 years. This bill would add fuel to the fire of inflation.
The Republican Cotton speaking there on Fox News Sunday night in America. President Biden's Build Back Better agenda would focus on issues from health care to education, climate change, and tax laws. The NHL and Players Association announcing cross-border games are now being postponed for the upcoming week because of rising COVID cases. And this is USA Radio News.
Folks, you know how cancel culture has affected Mike Lindell. Well, MyPillow may have gotten canceled out of retail stores, but you can save big just in time for Christmas at MyPillow.com. The classic standard size MyPillow that sold in stores for almost $70 is on sale for Christmas for just $19.98. Standard size, $19.98. Queen and king size slightly higher, but only if you go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, get a MyPillow for that special person in your life. You also get a free press and pack bag so you can take your MyPillow anywhere. Save big on anything on the MyPillow website, but only if you use my promo code USA. Support Mike Lindell and American Jobs. Get the best price ever on a MyPillow, and do your Christmas shopping at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA or call 1-800-951-8175. Merry Christmas.
The DEA administrator believes social media companies need to do more to fight drug trafficking, as Ann Milgram was discussing the severity of the opioid crisis, saying drug cartels are using social media platforms to get deadly drugs into Americans' hands with one click. She said on CBS's Face the Nation, companies like TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook should go after such illegal activity. She also encouraged parents to have conversations with their children about the dangers of drugs like fentanyl. With his son Charlie by his side, Tiger Woods making a quietly strong comeback to competitive golf. The pair finishing second in the PNC Championship in Florida over the weekend. The event, which partnered champions with family members, was won by John Daly and his son. But it was Tiger Woods' first event since he was seriously injured in a car wreck near Los Angeles last February. And this is USA Radio News.
The greatest radio shows of all time.
Right now, I got to straighten out this closet. One second.
Classic radio theater.
The Great Gildersleeve.
Yeah.
Well,
here I am.
Yikes! Oh, George, we've got company.
The greatest radio shows of all time, classic radio theater, on this radio station or online anywhere podcasts are served by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
Republicans say Democrats are ignoring the nonpartisan agency that they used to champion as they try to pass that Build Back Better plan. An update from USA Radio's Brad Bernards.
The White House and President Joe Biden have turned on the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office when it exposed the cost of the Build Back Better Act, including Press Secretary Jen Psaki calling its latest scoring fake. But Representative Pete Sessions, Republican of Texas, said on Newsmax the only thing fake is the White House. Psaki and Democrats lying to the American people about the zero cost of their progressive spending plan.
How can you say it is completely paid for when the CBO score is $3 trillion different? Yeah. And the bottom line is that's what they want. And so they're hoping that the people who hear it on their stations hear what they hear, and the people that are on conservative stations then know the truth.
From the USA Radio News, West Texas Bureau, I'm Brad Bernards.
And Elizabeth Warren has tested positive for COVID-19, the Democratic U.S. Senator making the announcement by Twitter, saying despite a negative COVID test result just earlier this week, she then tested positive today, Sunday, with a breakthrough case. Warren adds she's only experiencing mild symptoms. And from the New England Bureau of USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Welcome back on a Monday. Now, real quick before I'll get back to the let me finish up with this whole Colorado case. The report goes on to say some are saying the boycott is not necessary. One user says, I suggest truckers and new truckers take every available load going to and from Colorado. There's a strike at No Trucks Colorado, and it's the perfect time to make extra money for the holidays. Let them protest for their criminal and let us make money. Oh boy. The petition to free Maderos has appeared on the website change.org, which says we all know of the crash on I-70 in Denver. Most of us have heard facts in the case. Maderos has nothing on his driving record or on his criminal history. He had complied with every single request by the courts and the investigators on the case. He passed all drug and alcohol tests that were given, including a chemical test. It was not intentional, not a criminal act on the driver's part. All right, there's many things he could have done to avoid the courts, but he took responsibility, showed up, he severely apologized to the victims' families. Some of the families even offered forgiveness. The company he was working for knew the federal laws that go into truck driving, but they failed to follow those laws. Rogel has said several times that he wishes he had the courage to crash and take his own life that day. This tragic accident wasn't done with intent. It was not a criminal act. It was an accident. All right, 2.7 million have now signed the petition. It was like at 1.5 million there as of Friday morning. This report from the trucker, which was from actually later on Friday, December the 17th, it was up to 2.7 million. So who knows where it's at now? I don't. All right, there's the rest of the story, as they say. So either someone was greatly undercharged, a.k.a. 3 to 5 years with 3 fatalities and other injuries, or greatly over-sentenced with 110 years in a so similar of a situation. You know, it was 4 fatalities and a number of other injuries. But what a contrast between Nebraska and Colorado. Good morning, always moving.
Good morning. Thank you very much for taking my call and the information. I overheard what Monkey Gouger was saying that Moose did for him. That was incredibly nice. I ever since I've heard about Moose on the radio, I've heard just glowing reports and what a wonderful, wonderful person he is. So having said that, I have just one thing to say, and that would be, Dear Santa Moose, For Christmas, I would like a tractor, a manure spreader, a truck, a new car, a new bike, a horse trailer, and all sorts of goodies.
There you go. Oh, my.
So,
dear
yeah,
Santa,
I could go
Santa
on and on
Moose.
and on and
Sure,
on and on.
right. You've got a rather
Yeah, that was-
expensive Christmas list there, always moving.
I know. Yeah, I could blow through a lottery real quick, like if I wanted to.
Wow.
But anyway, back to this story about the trucker. If you were to ask the families in, what is it, Nebraska?
Mhm.
Is that the other place?
Correct.
Ask them if they think that a year per person killed was fair. When it was supposed to be 20 years per person.
Correct.
Which would have come to 60 years. And yeah, accidents are accidents, and you could be doing anything and accidentally hit somebody, not intentional, but them's the laws and those are the rules. And yeah, there were other things he could have done. I think I don't doubt that there are different rules in the different states. That's not uncommon. But I also think if you weren't in the trial and you didn't hear all of the evidence that was presented at trial, then you really have no big comment. These people are signing this petition based on snippets, just like with Ahmaud Arbery down in North Carolina, or like any of the other big lawsuits that you hear about. People hear snippets, and snippets get changed and rearranged and worded. And the teenager with the gun, that he was, shooting people in the back and blah, 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 and all that stuff, was not even close to it. They had the video to prove it. He's running away, and, they came and beat on him. But, when it was first put out that he was, just went up there and started firing, when you hear the facts of the case, it gives it a whole nother thing. And I have not listened to the case of the gentleman out in Colorado or the one in Nebraska, but I do know that quite often drunk drivers get off, which to me is intentional. And I think they deserve to be punished way more severe than what they are when they kill somebody. You had a teenager down in Texas. This is a famous case that had multiple wrecks. His parents were wealthy. They kept bailing him out of jail, blah, blah, blah. He comes over a hill, and I think it was a woman and her daughter had car trouble, and a nice bypasser had stopped to help them. And this teenager comes over the hill, plows into them, and killed all three of them. And the parents, again, said, oh, don't send them to jail. We'll send them to rehab. And, the judge agreed to that. And that was a female judge in that particular case. And I was mortified over that one. And I don't remember if that's the same one. And then you have, or not, but the teenager that killed people on the road, I think it's the same one. And then escaped to Mexico with his mom. I think it's the same one. And the mom took him to Mexico because here he was drinking again. And, after, quote, rehab, he was out drinking again. Yeah, I mean, it meant nothing to him. So it's all over the place in what they do, how they punish people, which is very, very sad, because you have good people that get killed all the time, that are minding their own business, doing their own thing,
right,
just going down the road.
I've shared way too many of those stories. The Good Samaritan, people stopping to help others in a time of need, and some oblivious or distracted individual. Hey, how many law enforcement officers? And we talk about the tow truck drivers. I mean, every day.
Yep. Those are not, those are, a lot of times it's not intentional there. Stuff happens, but you can also, you can shoot a gun up in the air and the bullet comes down and hits somebody and kills them.
Yep.
Well, I didn't mean to kill him, and yet, that's called murder. And they don't get a slap on the wrist. They get, hit with everything. But I think if you were to probably talk to I know if my relative was killed, my loved one was killed in a car wreck from a drunk driver, I would be livid beyond belief. If they were killed by someone texting and driving, I would be livid beyond belief. There are just some things that you don't do, speeding and out of control, different things like that. That is a privilege to drive that 2,000-pound car or whatever it is you want to be driving. But when you're especially driving a tractor trailer rig and you are supposed to know the rules of the road, you are held at a higher standard than the average driver, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that just like what they
Sure.
would say with someone that, a policeman, you're held at a higher standard. They look at athletes as being at a higher standard than the average person, blah, blah, blah. Well, a truck driver has to pass and take tests and special training and all that. They are held at a much higher standard than the average driver. So there you go. That's my 2 cents worth. Again, I didn't follow the trial. I don't know. So I will be listening to the show the rest of the week, and hopefully I will call in before you disappear for Christmas. But I wish you all the best and a very Merry Christmas to you and to everybly else.
And you as well.
So,
And
that's all I got.
I hope Santa Moose brings you everything on the list.
And we're not talking like Hot Wheel cars, okay? I mean, I'm not talking a Hot Wheel tractor or like a little Hot Wheel, horse trailer or something like that. We're talking. I like the big toys. I like the real things. And but when I win the lottery, I'm not going to tell anybody. But when you see certain things start appearing around my place, then you'll know. I'll bet that girl won the lottery down there.
That's great.
I would never tell anybody.
Yeah.
But yeah, always dream about it. But of course, it'll never happen. But that's okay.
Well, Merry Christmas. Always moving. Great to hear from you. And we'll get a quick 2-minute timeout here. Monday. Love those Mondays. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageYourBP.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Indeed, that is our number. And we've got plenty of room for you this Monday morning. Let me see here. Shorty says, hello, good morning. I'll be waving as I go by about an hour from now on the way to Columbus. That should be right about now. Hey there, I see you out there waving. Morning, Shorty. Marianne, morning, Steve. Hello, Monkey Gouger. Merry Christmas to both. Bama, checking in from Odenville, Alabama, where it's a nice 32 degrees. Hey, registration for the Mid-America Trucking Show is open. I hope to see you and the usual cast of characters there. And everybody have a good morning out there. Yeah, it's hard to believe. Hey, I mean, we're at the end of December, January, February, March. An actual truck show is on the horizon. Yeah, the first get-together in Louisville, essentially in 3 years is what that'll be. Hello to John, checking in. Merry Christmas to all, and a good morning. Frank checking in as well. There's Hired Gun. Morning to all. 41, cloudy here in Kingston, Georgia, USA. Painted Side stays on top. All right, in other news, it's almost difficult to keep up with what's going on. The mandate is on, the vaccine mandate. The mandate is off. The mandate's on hold. Back and forth it's been. Well, at the moment, it's back on for those companies with 100 employees or more, which immediately led to multiple trucking groups that have filed an appeal to the United States Supreme Court. It's going to the top. We knew this would be coming down eventually. After a federal circuit court ruled that the Biden administration's vaccine and testing mandate can proceed. A 57-page opinion that was handed down Friday afternoon. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the Sixth Circuit said OSHA can proceed with enforcement of their ETS, Emergency Temporary Standard Order, and ordering employers with 100 employees or more to require vaccination or weekly testing by January 4. Now, this just a little more than a month after the Fifth Circuit blocked enforcement of the ETS, calling it fatally flawed. It was a 2-to-1 opinion. The majority argues the OSHA Act of 1970 gives OSHA the statutory authority to implement such a sweeping mandate. OSHA has wide discretion to form and implement the best possible solution to ensure the health and safety of all workers, and has historically exercised that discretion, says the court. The language of the OSH plan plainly authorizes OSHA to act on its charge to assure safe and healthful working conditions for the nation's workforce and to preserve the nation's human resources. Okay, so we've got so many differing opinions and even on the courts. Among the myriad of ways the Biden administration's ETS is unconstitutional, petitioners argue OSHA unlawfully bypassed the required notice and comment rulemaking process. But the court said, well, given the public health emergency, that OSHA is within their power. Yeah, the court said OSHA has issued similar directives in the past, citing a 1991 rule that requires employers to make the hepatitis B vaccine available to employees who would be at risk of exposure. Given OSHA's clear and exercised authority to regulate viruses, OSHA necessarily has the authority to regulate infectious diseases that are not unique to the workplace. Indeed, no virus, HIV, HBV, COVID-19, is unique to the workplace and affects only workers, according to the opinion. Further, the court determined OSHA's power extends even further. They said under the statutory definition, any agent, including a virus that is either toxic, i.e. poisonous, toxicity, or physically harmful, falls within OSHA's purview. An agent that causes bodily harm, a virus, falls squarely within the scope of that definition, they said. So anyway, it goes to the appeal, the Supreme Court. It was immediately filed. Signed on includes the American Trucking Association, the Kentucky Trucking Association, the Louisiana Motor Transportation Association, Mississippi Trucking Association, Michigan, Ohio, Tennessee, Texas Trucking Associations, all signed on, arguing that the mandate will impose substantial, non-recoverable compliance costs. These businesses will be faced with either incurring the cost of testing for the millions of employees who refuse to be vaccinated and passing those costs on to consumers in the form of yet higher prices at a time of record inflation, or imposing the cost of testing upon their unvaccinated employees who will quit en masse rather than suffer additional testing costs on a weekly basis. That was the report from Transportation Nation. All right, and what's beginning to become more and more clear to me is we're mandating shots that more and more are not delivering on what they're promised to do. Yeah, as we just heard, Elizabeth Warren. Oh, it's a breakthrough case. She's got mild symptoms. We were notified of a fully vaccinated neighbor of ours that came back positive yesterday for COVID. Said, how you feeling? Yeah, pretty crappy, she said. Not feeling real well, but fully vaccinated. The NFL, the National Football, they postponed games for the first time this season. We've got COVID outbreaks in the NFL. 3 games that were scheduled to take place over the weekend will not be taking place till, I think one of them's taking place tonight. The Cleveland Browns were set to take on the Raiders on Saturday. That game has been moved to today, apparently. Now, what's the difference in 2 days when it comes to COVID? That's the Seattle Seahawks versus Los Angeles Rams and the Washington football team versus the Philadelphia Eagles. Games that were scheduled to be played yesterday will now be played on Tuesday. What's the deal with all of a sudden it's all 24, 48 hours later, it's all better? Whatever happened to 10 to 14 days quarantine and all that? It just doesn't make a bit of sense. But yeah. Hey, we've got a Royal Caribbean cruise ship right now. All vaccinated crews and passenger. There's an outbreak of COVID on the ship. As of yesterday, there were 48 confirmed COVID cases on this latest all-vaccinated cruise, right? I'll get a news break and back to your calls at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
Now that Senate Democrat Joe Manchin says he will not vote for the legislation, it looks like Democrats are not going to be able to overcome Republican opposition in the Senate to pass President Biden's roughly $2 trillion Build Back Better bill. Tom Cotton, the U.S. Senator from Arkansas, says,
at a time when we have almost $30 trillion in debt, this bill would add $5 trillion to it. We have the worst inflation in 40 years. This bill would add fuel to the fire of inflation.
The Republican Cotton speaking there on Fox News Sunday night in America. President Biden's Build Back Better agenda would focus on issues from health care to education, climate change, and tax laws. The NHL and Players Association announcing cross-border games are now being postponed for the upcoming week because of rising COVID cases. And this is USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
Did you know Mike Lindell has over 150 different items on the MyPillow website, and any of them would be great for Christmas gifts for your friends and family? Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 after you've explored the MyPillow website. Use that promo code USA and save big on anything in the MyPillow website just for Christmas.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So they now tell us the president will address the nation Tuesday. Why? Well, because he's going to tell us what we're going to have to start doing. Are we going to have to start masking up again on a national level? I'm not sure exactly what's coming down. But according to the headline, President Biden will deliver a speech Tuesday to address the Omicron variant, unveiling new steps the administration is taking to help communities in need of assistance, according to a White House official over the weekend. Biden is expected to go beyond his already unveiled winter plan with additional measures while issuing a stark warning of what the winter will look like for Americans who choose to remain unvaccinated. Oh boy. As we see rising COVID cases, pleas from federal officials, health officials, to get people vaccinated. Aides said the Biden administration is prepared for the rising case levels. Biden intends to explain how his team will respond to this latest challenge. He has been receiving additional COVID briefings from his medical experts, which realistically means he's just hearing more from Dr. Fauci, Dr. Dumbass. Aides say he's told his team the message to the American public must be direct because of concerns that Omicron is the more transmissible variant that is going to spread quickly, putting unvaccinated people at a higher risk while also posing a threat to those who have some level of inoculation. Some level. All right. Where does it end? Where does it end? Some of our folks talking about it on the discussion boards. Dr. Fruitcake and Company turned this thing over to China after Obama shut down the research program here in the USA, and China released it on the world. We know now gain-of-function research was Dr. Fruitcake's pet project. He's directly responsible. But like the common flu bug, the beer flu is now with us forever. Get the shots or don't get the shots. Go live your life in freedom or fear. It is your choice. He says, this is hired gun. Said, I got the Johnson shot and caught the beer flu 12 weeks later. Now, I ran a bit of a fever, felt like crap for about 12 hours, but nonetheless had to stay out of work for 2 weeks. The country of Norway has completely opened up with no restrictions. They say it's here to stay. use your own best judgment. Go live your life. That's what I say. The Democrats are using this to their full advantage with confusion and fear. Never let a crisis go to waste. I think you're probably correct there, hired gun. Hey, what's going on with Hillbilly Tex? Happy Monday.
Good morning, Steve. First off, I want to tell you and yours a Merry Christmas. And I called about something, and I heard old Monkey Gouger's Merry Christmas story. And I'm going to tell you something. That big moose, he's got a heart as old Barnum and Bailey circus rink, you know. He's just all heart. He generally cares for people. You know, he's one of them that if he can, he will help you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Sean, old Buster Brown, Sean, drives for Buster Brown, Sean. I know for a fact he give old Buster Brown a set of tires and wheels for that old Jappa crapper he drives. And when he got up there to pick him up, he wound up giving him a snow blower. And everybody knows old Big Moose. He's done sent me several things down here for me to live on. And he called. I was talking to him Saturday, and he says, "Be looking out for the FedEx truck, 'cause you got 2 packages coming this week for Christmas." And I just want everybody to know that man has a heart of gold. And I done forgot what I called about. But, Moose, Merry Christmas to you, brother. And Steve, all the listeners out there, y'all have you a very, very Merry Christmas.
You do the same, Hillbilly Tex, if we don't talk to you before. Thank you so much. What else did we have on the list? All right, we're not talking COVID. We're talking the regular old, the flu. Yeah, the flu that's been around for all our lives, right? The seasonal flu, which for whatever reason didn't really ever come to fruition in 2020. I think the CDC said something like 2,000 confirmed cases, just unbelievable. They say that's not going to be the case this year. And even if you have already received the flu shot or you're anticipating receiving the annual flu shot, it may not do much this year. You know, they always play the guessing game about which strains will come to the country. Yeah, they look in the winter months in the southern hemisphere while we're in our summer, determining which strains of the flu are dominant around the world. Typically, that's what moves northward when the northern hemisphere winter time rolls around, which we're moving into. They guessed wrong. The flu shot is not in line with the main virus that is circulating this year because it's mutated. It's changed since they developed this year's vaccine. Now, they do say the vaccine is still likely to protect against severe illness and death. Researchers assessed the vaccine's effectiveness against the H3N2 strain. It is also meant to protect against the H1N1 and 2 strains of the influenza B. So there's 4 different strains in this annual flu shot. Lab tests suggest a major mismatch between the vaccine and the new mutated version of the H3N2. According to the professor of microbiology at the University of Pennsylvania, that finding may help explain a flu outbreak that occurred at the University of Michigan last month that affected more than 700 people. More than 26% of those who tested positive had actually had the flu shot. the same percentage as those who tested negative. That suggests the vaccine was not effective in preventing infection. As we know, flu viruses constantly mutate, and different variants can circulate at the same time. Changes in this mutated version helped it to dodge the antibodies that the body makes in response to the flu vaccine. In other words, immunity against influenza virus is likely low since these viruses have not circulated widely during the COVID pandemic thus far, which now means, here we go, social distancing, mask wearing, decreases in international travel. Once the COVID-related restrictions are eased or lifted, it's possible that influenza viruses will circulate widely due to the lack of infection-induced immunity over the past 2 years. Hensley said the changes in the virus probably will not protect it against immune system T cells, so this season's flu vaccine is still likely to prevent severe disease and death. All right, the study was posted on a preprint server online. It's been published in a peer-reviewed journal. Typically, the flu kills anywhere from 12 to more than 52,000 people a year. Depending on the flu season, puts as many as 700,000 people in the hospital, according to the CDC. But no mismatch, whoops. All right, we've got candy canes on the Sommers Christmas tree. We didn't have any trouble finding. I don't know where the wife got them, if she picked them up at Costco or where. But supposedly it's the great candy cane crisis of 2021. Weakness in peppermint crops and COVID-caused logistical issues have created a big problem for big candy. The owner of Economy Candy on the Lower East Side says we only received half our candy cane order for the holiday season, sold out almost immediately. We have 0 in stock. Raw material and ingredient shortages globally have had quite an impact. It was a first for our store, which we've been in business since 1937. They've sold more than 12,000 candy canes this year before running dry. But he said, since candy canes were invented, we've had candy canes. Peppermint production in the United States has declined nearly 25% over the past decade. The ripple effect is creating havoc for the gingerbread house construction sector. We can't really do a gingerbread house without a candy cane tree, a candy cane door, or a candy cane anything. So this is out in New York. A survey of local retailers found a mixed stock of responses, some stuffed with plenty of candy canes, while others struggling to keep candy canes and sometimes tree ornaments in stock. That's where our candy canes are, primarily on the Christmas tree. It's kind of a tradition here at our Sommers residence. It's 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I got to get some of the other industry headlines coming up. While we're on the COVID topic, I mean, came across all kind of interesting stuff over the weekend. Now, we've known from the very beginning, correct, all along, that many, many people will come down with this and not even know they have it or had it. They're called asymptomatic, right? Apparently, the number of people, I would assume, who have been and continue to be asymptomatic are nearly double what they initially thought. 4 in 10 patients are asymptomatic carriers of the virus. According to the new study, a global study of almost 30 million people found silent cases of the virus are twice as prevalent than we previously feared. 40.5% of confirmed cases are among people with no symptoms at all. Rates rose among certain groups, including pregnant women. 54% of infected pregnant women have no symptoms. Air and cruise travelers, 53%. Staff and residents of like nursing homes, 48%. This high percentage of asymptomatic infections highlights the potential transmission risk of asymptomatic infections. Now, the data shows 4.5% of undiagnosed care home residents or staff had the coronavirus without displaying any symptoms. The findings of a high percentage of asymptomatic infections among air or cruise travelers suggest that screening and quarantine on airport arrival is going to be important for reducing transmission. COVID is spreading silently in hospitals. Results from a review of 95 studies involving nearly 30 million individuals around the world. Overall, the number of asymptomatic infections among tested populations was relatively low, like 1 in every 400. However, that rate soared to nearly 40% among those testing positive for the virus. Earlier evidence suggested like 1 in 5 experience no symptoms, but are still able to spread the virus. These findings suggest that asymptomatic infections might contribute to the transmission of the SARS-CoV-2 within the community. So what to do? They say we need increased regular testing, especially in industries like air travel. We also found that approximately 1/3 of individuals with confirmed cases were asymptomatic among healthcare workers or actually in hospital patients. Yeah, okay, just some of the latest numbers, but yeah, 4 in 10. That's a lot of people out there that would have no idea they even have it. Happy Monday, Pappy. What's going on this morning?
Steve, wonder how many of them were vaccinated. I mean, a lot of the groups that you're talking about that are asymptomatic, sounds like they were probably vaccinated. So if we're vaccinating, if a lot of these people are vaccinated, is the vaccine causing asymptomatic results?
Yeah.
Causing more spread because people don't even realize they have it. Interesting thought there. I bet they didn't mention in that on how many of the people there were vaccinated or not.
It did not.
Steve, did you hear this? Governor DeWine signed off on some legislation that allowed the colleges in Ohio, right, to mandate vaccines to the students before they can come back to school. In the legislation, it said that the vaccine had to be approved by the CDC. Well, come to find out, Steve, that they were using the emergency authorization vaccine that was not approved by the CDC.
Correct. And that's been the case from the get-go. Ever since that, whatever, it was supposedly the one Pfizer got full approval, the vaccine that they've been giving is not the actual one that's got, quote, full approval.
Correct. You know, it's funny, Ohio State was reached out for comment and they declined to comment. Also, I don't know if you heard this. I'm sure you probably have. I think it maybe came out Friday. I don't know if you talked about it on Friday's show or not. But the CDC came out and recommended that you do not get the Johnson & Johnson vaccine due to blood clots. Tell you what, Steve, they're going to come out with, and they still put the pedal to the metal with these vaccines. And we talked about this a year ago, man. Well, what if 2 years down the road, some other things start popping up and they start saying, well, you better not get the Pfizer vaccine because this or it's been causing that. Playing with people's lives like this. Hey, let's do a first tonight, Steve. Let's do a first. Let's give out the big cookie to Big Moose, even though he didn't call in, if he does. And if he don't, I think Big Moose gets the big cookie tonight. That was a good call by Monkey Gouger.
Yeah, big Santa Moose.
Big Santa Moose here. It just shows the type and quality of people that call into your show, Steve. True Americans, my man, true Americans. Hey, man, really with that's about all I got, Steve, but you're at the top of the hour anyway. Just real quick, I'm sitting out here in Whitewater Township in my one little spot here, and I don't know, a few months ago I posted a picture of that skunk that was running around out here, that Pepe Le Pew there, right?
Yeah.
So he was out in that field, and I'm checking him out, man, and sure enough, 2 coyotes came up. Steve, they didn't want nothing to do with that skunk. Right past him like he wasn't there.
So they've had experience with that skunk, in other words.
I'd say so. They just kept right on trucking.
That's a critter we don't want. That's good.
All right, Steve. Everybody be safe. Have a good night, sir.
Okay, yeah. Sprayed once, don't want to be sprayed again, right? That'll leave a stench. All right, it is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
Now that Senate Democrat Joe Manchin says he will not vote for the legislation, it looks like Democrats are not going to be able to overcome Republican opposition in the Senate to pass President Biden's roughly $2 trillion Build Back Better bill. Tom Cotton, the U.S. Senator from Arkansas, says...
At a time when we have almost $30 trillion in debt, this bill would add $5 trillion to it. We have the worst inflation in 40 years. This bill would add fuel to the fire of inflation.
The Republican Cotton speaking there on Fox News Sunday night in America. President Biden's Build Back Better agenda would focus on issues from health care to education, climate change, and tax laws. The NHL and Players Association announcing cross-border games are now being postponed for the upcoming week because of rising COVID cases. And this is USA Radio News.
Folks, you know how cancel culture has affected Mike Lindell. Well, MyPillow may have gotten canceled out of retail stores, but you can save big just in time for Christmas at MyPillow.com. The classic standard size MyPillow that sold in stores for almost $70 is on sale for Christmas for just $19.98. Standard size, $19.98. Queen and king size slightly higher, but only if you go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, get a MyPillow for that special person in your life. You also get a free press and pack bag so you can take your MyPillow anywhere. Save big on anything on the MyPillow website, but only if you use my promo code USA. Support Mike Lindell and American jobs. Get the best price ever on a MyPillow, and do your Christmas shopping at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA or call 1-800-951-8175. Merry Christmas.
The DEA administrator believes social media companies need to do more to fight drug trafficking, as Ann Milgram was discussing the severity of the opioid crisis, saying drug cartels are using social media platforms to get deadly drugs into Americans' hands with one click. She said on CBS's Face the Nation, companies like TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook should go after such illegal activity. She also encouraged parents to have conversations with their children about the dangers of drugs like fentanyl. With his son Charlie by his side, Tiger Woods making a quietly strong comeback to competitive golf. The pair finishing second in the PNC Championship in Florida over the weekend. The event, which partnered champions with family members, was won by John Daly and his son. But it was Tiger Woods' first event since he was seriously injured in a car wreck near Los Angeles last February. And this is USA Radio News.
The greatest radio shows of all time.
Right now, I got to straighten out this closet. One second.
Classic Radio Theater.
The Great Gildersleeve.
Yeah.
Well, here I am.
Yikes!
Oh, George, we've got company.
The greatest radio shows of all time, Classic Radio Theater, on this radio station or online anywhere podcasts are served by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
Republicans say Democrats are ignoring the nonpartisan agency that they used to champion as they try to pass that Build Back Better plan. An update from USA Radio's Brad Bernards.
The White House and President Joe Biden have turned on the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office when it exposed the cost of the Build Back Better Act, including Press Secretary Jen Psaki calling its latest scoring fake. But Representative Pete Sessions, Republican of Texas, said on Newsmax the only thing fake is the White House. Psaki and Democrats lying to the American people about the zero cost of their progressive spending plan.
How can you say it is completely paid for when the CBO score is $3 trillion different? Yeah. And the bottom line is that's what they want. And so they're hoping that the people who hear it on their stations hear what they hear, and the people that are on conservative stations then know the truth.
From the USA Radio News, West Texas Bureau, I'm Brad Bernards.
And Elizabeth Warren has tested positive for COVID-19, the Democratic U.S. Senator making the announcement by Twitter, saying despite a negative COVID test result just earlier this week, she then tested positive today, Sunday, with a breakthrough case. Warren adds she's only experiencing mild symptoms. And from the New England Bureau of USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Welcome back on a Monday. Christmas week is upon us. Can you believe it? Get your last minute Christmas shopping done over the weekend? No? Oh boy. Busy week for the parcel shippers out there trying to get those packages to their respective destinations in time for Christmas. I came across a story. I want to share this with you. Only because we know someone personally. We attended the funeral a couple weekends ago for a friend who was dealing with pain. I think his was back pain. And he bought some hydrocodone. Bought it from a friend at work. The second job that he had, it was a fast food joint. Yeah, big name around the nation, fast food place. But he died. Fentanyl. They look real. Looks like the real deal. The Drug Enforcement Administration head this past day said, the driver of the growing opioid crisis is the cartels in Mexico are mass producing pills that contain potentially deadly fentanyl. On Face the Nation, they said the influx has led to 100,000 overdose deaths this year alone. He said the cartels are mass producing these pills in Mexico, mostly, and they're making them look like the real oxycodone, like the real hydrocodone, Percocet, or Adderall. Then they're flooding them into the United States and falsely advertising them, marketing them like they're real pharmaceuticals. She said the young and the old and everyone in between can access these online. You know, with the changes in the rules for some of these types of medications, the new rules that were implemented, a couple of years ago, where doctors can only now prescribe, I think it's like, is it 5 days, 7 days? They can only give you a prescription for a short period of time. Gone are the days where you'd get a 90-day prescription for something like hydrocodone. A lot of older people, with things like back pain and whatnot. My grandfather was one for years. He would get bottles of 100 filled. Taking like 3 per day for pain. And now that you can only get a week's supply, people are turning to the black market. You have a teen on Snapchat, an older American, looking for some pain medication. They might be able to get it cheaper, and they're finding these pills that they believe they're getting the actual pharmaceutical pill, but you're not. What they're getting is fentanyl. That's why we're seeing 100,000 overdose deaths this year. 64,000 of those are attributed to synthetic opioids like fentanyl. According to the DEA, they said they've confiscated 20 million fake pills this year. Fake pills. We estimate at the DEA lab that 4 in 10 of those pills are potentially deadly. We've taken off 15,000 pounds of fentanyl this year. That is enough potentially lethal doses to kill every single American. We're focused on tracking those overdose deaths and working back to understand the full network from Mexico to Main Street that is killing Americans. The threat is heightened because the potentially deadly fentanyl can be brought in by tiny amounts. The cartels will do anything to get drugs in every way you can imagine, she said. We see that coming through the border. We see it coming through the ports, through airplanes, through freight services, parcel delivery services. Fentanyl, tiny quantities, are deadly, extremely potent, and addictive. So it's not in years past where someone would have to bring kilos and kilos into the country. It's almost minuscule quantities right now. The threat has changed enormously, she said. And now social media has been helping to fuel the crisis. Drug traffickers are using social media because it's accessible. They're able to access millions of Americans, and it's anonymous. They're able to sell these fake pills and lie on these social media sites about that. The minute you open up one of those social media apps, they are there and they're waiting. They want to make it one click to get the drugs into your hands. We know what's happening. And so do the social media. All right. Just so be forewarned. It may even be a friend who may have purchased online. Yeah, it happens more than you might think. Very, very sad. And again, personal experience. All right, let's see. It was Big Sexy that shared this story late last week. Right down in his neck of the woods there, in northeast Arkansas, out of the Memphis area, where there was a chase in Tennessee that ended up involving the Arkansas police joining in. Suspects began firing on police, which police returned fire, and the thugs are no longer with us. They won't be celebrating Christmas this year. They identified those 2 suspects. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation says Terrence Dogan and John Taylor were the 2 suspects. Authorities said Dogan had 7 active warrants in Lexington County, South Carolina. The warrants issued in September include armed robbery, kidnapping, assault, and battery. The TBI, which is handling the investigation, said an Arkansas state trooper was assisting in the pursuit in West Memphis Thursday. The 2 men inside the fleeing vehicle began shooting at law enforcement. Arkansas state trooper Spencer Morris was actually hit by gunfire. He returned fire, ultimately killing both men. Which, based on the rap sheets and whatnot, doesn't look like any great loss to society. But morning to Chevy Guy.
Hey, good morning. Good morning. Yeah, just going back to the inexperienced drivers. You know, I can only compare what I went through. Got a chauffeur's license. Come out of the Navy, or I was actually still in the Navy, but I never take vacations. So the executive officer said, let me go on 2 months early off the ship on leave to chew up my vacation time. But when I was on that vacation time, I ended up picking up a job at a Lawson store from 12 to 6. And then I started driving a truck. From there, my uncle told me about a driving job. I said, yeah, I'd like to try that. I got in behind the wheel of basically a state road truck running through Akron and and Canton, Ohio, delivering white limestone, driveway limestone and parking lots and whatever. But when I got into that truck, hey, I had my chauffeur's license, but nobody told me about booster brakes. And I come off a hill one time and I hit my brake. I wasn't going speeding to run the speed limit. Hit my brake and it was rock hard. But your natural tendency to keep pushing. It did slow down enough. I thought, well, maybe I could downshift, and I did. I got it downshifted, and then I hit the brake again, and then my brakes were back, which helped me after a while. You learn that booster brakes, when they turn rock hard on you, take your foot off and reapply slowly, and you'll have your brakes back. Well, I survived my inexperience, and that carried me on when I got jobs in West Virginia delivering feed and stuff out on the farms and the back roads, running up and down these gravel roads up alongside these mountains and all this. I was survived on them old booster brakes. Now, I also, when I got into big trucking, the big job I had, the first one, was an Indian transport. Well, out of nowhere, they said, all right, we're not going to pay you to go across the Pennsylvania Turnpike. We need you to drop down to Morgantown and run across. It was 48 at the time, and it's 68 now. And you run across 48, and they got them old Caterpillars they had us in. I mean, I downshift 3 times coming off that hill going into Cumberland, and the brakes would still heat up. I mean, but right there before you get to the bottom, there's a wide spot. You pull off, your brakes are all smoking. Well, I'd get under there with a wrench, and I'd tighten the turkeys down. Because I wasn't going just that little bit. I wouldn't go any further until I get them brakes fixed. But that come from experience running the back roads for the other companies, flatbeds, and all the other companies I was running for that was 1980, 81 that I run through here. Sort of funny, too, because about 6 months after the safety man sent out a brochure saying that we're using you're using the brakes up too much. All of a sudden, we're getting more breakage, having to put more brakes on our trailers and trucks. So try to use your brakes left. But listen, you didn't have an engine brake on them things, and I almost got in trouble because I did a sketch. Me and that safety man didn't get along anyway. But I did a sketch of 2 men standing there, and the mechanic and the safety man standing there, and there was like 6 wrecked Freightliners all smashed up, and one coming in on a hook. And the guy was looking down at the safety man and said, "Well, at least you know they're reading your memos. They're using their brake lift."
Mm-hmm.
But I survived the experience, and I just. Here's what scares me, and I'm going to try to explain this part. When I found out that young man pulled over and seen his brakes were smoking, the only thing I want to know is, really, did he know what kind of mountain he had to face coming down into Denver? I mean, that's scary. Just that the inexperience got a lot of people killed, but I understand some things here because my sister, who finally quit driving in 2020, she just did a short time. They run her through a truck driving school, and they didn't teach her anything. They did my brother-in-law, and she probably was behind the wheel with 4 or 5 hours driving time.
Wow!
And she would drive at night, and he was driving. They did all right, but they would come off Jericho Mountain one night. It's a nice night in Georgia. It's cool. She called me up, and she's terrified because she's coming off Jericho Mountain. It's snow covered. There's just wheel tracks laying out before her, and she goes, "Should I pull off?" And I said, "Well, how deep is it? What's the get-off ramps look like?" "Well, there's people parked all over." I said, "Well, the best thing to do is keep moving. Possibly, if you pull off, you won't get back on the road again. I said, just slow down a little bit until you're at a comfortable speed and, light traffic. And then I heard her take the foot off I heard the engine brake come on, growling. And I said, sis, are you running your engine brake? And she said, yes. And I said, well, you've only got one tire, set of tires that's holding you back, and that could cause you to jackknife. I've had people argue one way or the other on this. But I told her, that's your cruise control and your engine brake is just fair weather. Oh, we didn't know. I said, do you know how to downshift? It's an automatic. I don't know how to downshift. I said, you need to find out all this stuff. And she's already been on the road a year.
Wow.
So they're putting them out. They're putting people out. They're coming down off these mountains behind you. You understand what I'm saying? And they're setting a lot of people up to do some serious jail time. My brother-in-law's doing good. He's staying in trucking. He's happy with it. But my sister's finally, she got out of it, went home. But, hey, it could have been her, It could have been her. And so I've left my mind neutral on it. I think when the families, the judge, seem to have a problem with the sentencing, I'm going to step back and let that go. I think intentions, there's a difference when you kill somebody, your intentions, and, our daggum door keeps popping open. It don't rattle anymore, okay?
Boy.
Yeah, I got great mechanics. But, it's the intention that gets you put in jail for a long time, and the other intention where you're not intending, it keeps you out of jail for a long time. And that goes back to the Arbery trial. In my opinion, I don't believe them boys went out there to kill nobody, but that turned out to be there. And they are retrying them boys again with hate crimes now. I thought you could only be tried once, but this is our new America. Other than that, just pray for these, because they're calling for more and more drivers to be put out here. They're bringing in drivers from overseas, and apparently I found out on your show that they're not able to read or speak English, but how they're doing it is because their GPS on their phone will speak their language and give them directions where they need to go, and that's how they're getting by. So I don't know how they, men working, slow down, all this stuff, if they can't read it, how they get by on that. I don't know, you guys, I've got a dumb phone, so I don't know if it tells you you're in a construction zone, left lane only, slow down, 45. I don't know if that does all that. Y'all can inform me of that. But
yeah, I mean, it goes back to the CVSA. It's probably been 4 or 5 years ago now. Time flies, but I recall sharing where the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance removed the English proficiency statute. They removed that from their out-of-service criteria. So if you're following the CVSA rules, someone that can't speak English, essentially the inspectors and whatnot, not putting them out of service for that. Although it's still in the FMCSA's Green Book, clear in black and white, that the ability to speak enough English to be able to communicate with law enforcement or first responders. I mean, if you're hauling a hazmat and law enforcement shows up, you've got to be able to tell them what the hell's on that truck, right? That could be a life and death thing. And you have to have at least enough proficiency to read English to be able to read the signs. Of course, everybody knows what a stop sign is, because whether it says stop or whatever the word is in any other language, they're all pretty common. So they know what a stop sign is, but if you can't read, you can't read the sign that says runaway truck ramp 1/2 mile ahead. Those are the sort of things that obviously could be crucial life and death scenario, as appeared was the case there in Colorado, blowing past the runaway ramps. But I digress. Sylvester sent me an email that things are really coming to a head in Australia. Been talking about the AdBlue. Now, we call it DEF, diesel exhaust fluid. They call it AdBlue. From the land down under, Australia is facing a holiday trucking crisis as the fuel additive shortage threatens to raise shelf prices on a number of common goods. The global shortage of AdBlue, or diesel exhaust fluid, is affecting transport around the world. Road Freight New South Wales CEO told today that Australia got most of its AdBlue from China, which has pretty much banned export of the product. Government said Australia has 5 weeks' supply of the product left. What I'm seeing now is a lot of purchasing by trucking operators trying to get as much as they can to keep their trucks running. But of course, without trucks, as we know, Australia stops. And if you look at half of Australia's trucking fleet not being able to operate, we've got real problems. He said the federal government was moving quickly to secure extra supplies of urea, which is used in the production of AdBlue. The key here is that not only do we get a long-term supplier, but we also get some short-term supplies quickly. And I know the government's talking to the Middle East. They reached a deal with Indonesia to get some here. But these things within the supply chain are critical. A lot of people wouldn't have heard of these sort of things. With trucking, of course, vital to the delivery of everyday basic staples, our food, our medicine, drinkable water. He said it's conceivable prices could rise in shops and restaurants. What we're seeing is about a factor of 6 increases to AdBlue at the moment, which is quite significant, sometimes even higher. He said the real question we have is how will the smarter operators be able to absorb those costs, because a lot of time that they don't have the power to get price increases as a result of the increase to AdBlue. By and large, what you're going to see is increases on the supermarket shelves and everywhere else. This will undoubtedly have an effect further on down in the supply chain. Australia does not produce AdBlue domestically, but it only makes up about 10% of the country's supply. All right, we'll get a news break in here and back to your calls, the DEF shortage. All right, it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
Now that Senate Democrat Joe Manchin says he will not vote for the legislation, it looks like Democrats are not going to be able to overcome Republican opposition in the Senate to pass President Biden's roughly $2 trillion Build Back Better bill. Tom Cotton, the U.S. Senator from Arkansas, says,
at a time when we have almost $30 trillion in debt, this bill would add $5 trillion to it. We have the worst inflation in 40 years. This bill would add fuel to the fire of inflation.
The Republican Cotton speaking there on Fox News Sunday night in America. President Biden's Build Back Better agenda would focus on issues from health care to education, climate change, and tax laws. The NHL and Players Association announcing cross-border games are now being postponed for the upcoming week because of rising COVID cases. This is USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry! Free accounts are limited.
Did you know Mike Lindell has over 150 different items on the MyPillow website, and any of them would be great for Christmas gifts for your friends and family? Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 after you've explored the MyPillow website. Use that promo code USA and save big on anything in the MyPillow website just for Christmas.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
I saw the story about someone or some individuals trying to be the Grinch. Literally, the Grinch that stole Christmas. They're in New Mexico. I'm not sure if this is close to heat wave or not. Yeah, the Farmington area of northern New Mexico. He's in, Albuquerque, right? Story earlier in the weekend was that a full van load of toys in a Salvation Army van, $6,000 worth of toys for children, was stolen, apparently sometime last week. Today, Monday, December 20, was the date those toys were lined up to be distributed to hundreds of children. Well, the headline now reads, "The theft of toys will not be a victory for the Grinch," because residents have stepped up to make donations of toys and cash and clothing to make up for the stolen load of toys. The Grinch will not have this victory, according to Christopher Rockwell with the Salvation Army, as business leaders and others began making donations. After the marked van, it was, like I said, a Salvation Army marked van with gifts for more than 350 children, was taken last week outside a Salvation Army store. The donations now included lots of toys, lots of clothing, hygiene items, cash, certainly adding up to more than enough to replace the stolen items for the children who were signed up for the distribution event today. And we actually have a waiting list, so we may actually be able to see more children helped if we have some left over. The generosity shows the compassion and the hearts that people have for each other here. This is a blessing beyond comprehension. A Farmington police spokesperson said over the weekend the investigation into that theft continues. The van and the toys have not been recovered. No arrests have been made. Rockwell said he suspected a pickpocket stole the van's keys from a Salvation Army worker who was in the store. I believe it was just some evil, unscrupulous person who saw an opportunity. Desperate, I understand that, but to do this, really, is beyond imagination. All right, well, the Grinch will not have the victory. So a big tip of the hat to the people there in the Farmington area of New Mexico. Quickly, I was looking back at some of the other comments from listening friends as we talk about the never, ever-ending COVID crisis. Every time you seem to be making some progress, we go back. And the fear is now being hyped once again. The president to address the nation on Tuesday and all that good stuff. All right, Roy said it's never going to end. Looper says, hey, eat better, get good rest, reduce stress, exercise when you can, stay hydrated, and live your life without fear. The legendary Big Moose, I guess Moose is out there. He said, drive fast cars, chase wild women, never turn down a free drink, enjoy an occasional cigar, crank up your Steve Miller Band album, and enjoy life. There you go. Good to have you tuned in there, Big Moose. Speaking of which, I guess this was right about the time Monkey Gouger called earlier, a little after midnight. Technically, it was actually before Monkey Gouger even called. I said, hey, Steve, I'm heading back to the home 20. Took a fifth wheel down to the Monkey Gouger's house for Big Moose. Going to spend the night in Sweetwater, Tennessee. I'll catch the replay tomorrow morning on the drive home. Have a great show, and everybody be safe out there. So, yeah, he'll be hearing the Monkey Gouger tell that story. And I bet they had no idea that was Billy the Kid that showed up there making that delivery. How about that? John had sent me the link to the Chevrolet ad that Monkey Gouger was talking about. That's like a 4-minute commercial. 4-minute spot, but yes, I see what you mean about being a real tearjerker. I got a message here. What about closer to the top of the hour? Southbound I-5, about 8 miles north of Highway 46, broke down big truck in the slow lane in a construction zone. There is a highway patrol unit there, but we've got some heavy fog in the area. We're talking maybe 100 feet visibility. If someone's not paying attention, this could be a bad situation. So again, that's I-5 there in California, about 8 miles north of Highway 46. Look out. Yes, in California. Gotcha. Okay. With that, let's get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. Happy Monday, Vic. What's going on?
Oh, just sitting here listening to you talk about different things. And you're talking about that Salvation van getting stolen. Of course, you can't understand the criminal mind anyway, but, you see this, they steal Boy Scout trailers and, Little League, break into Little League clubhouses and stuff and steal sports equipment. You really have to wonder, I don't know. That just goes beyond the pale for me. All the criminal activity, but, why do you want to take from people that have nothing in the first place? I just don't get it. But again, my mind doesn't run in those channels. But what I called up about was this deal. They were talking about wanting amnesty for the truck driver out there that killed all those people. And I can remember, that was discussed quite a bit back when it happened. And my only thought was, the big thing is, I would really like to know more about how this individual was hired by the trucking company and how he was supervised, because that's really what the big lawsuits are usually about. It comes to negligent hiring and negligent supervision. And when you go to take your CDL test, they repeatedly, stress that the truck must always be in gear or you're out of control. And I have to agree with always moving there. I don't know, I haven't seen the trial transcript, but supposedly somehow the truck was out of gear. And if he had kicked that out of gear, that changes the nature of the whole thing. And I know most of the companies that I drove for had Qualcomms, and they could go in there and see, when you shifted gears and everything else. And if they caught you kicking that truck out of gear on a downhill, no matter how big the hill was, if you were caught kicking the truck out of gear, most of them would fire you pretty well right there on the spot. And I know one guy that was running over in, I believe it was in North Carolina. I think he was on I-26, and he burned up a brand new set of brakes. And when he got back to the terminal, they let him go. So, and most of those escape ramps, usually they have lights flashing when you're going too fast. So, but the whole thing is, the individual killed a lot of people. And I'm just curious, what type of training did he have? Even a lot of these places, I know they're not supposed to, but they will have signs in other languages, and especially Spanish. I remember the last trip I took to Florida, I got down there to that one scale. I forget what road I was on, and everything was written in Spanish, along with the English thing. And it's like, I guess they just figured, well, can't beat them, join them, to make sure that everybody understood what they were supposed to do. And I know years ago that there was a guy that came over from one of those communist countries, Hungary or something, and he was running I-94 up there in Indiana, and they pulled him in the scale, and he couldn't really communicate too well with troopers, so they wrote the company up and him too for not understanding English. So he went and got a job with another company and wound up running over a family over in Pennsylvania about 6 months later, and I think they gave him a life term in prison. So I don't really understand people jumping in there and trying to say that the individual was, 110 years. That was too much. It does sound quite excessive, but again, I don't know how old the individual was, but 110 years or 20 years, probably the results were the same. He's probably going to die in prison or maybe get out right at the end of his life. I'm talking to or listening to the Chevy guy there. He brought back different memories and stuff. He's talking about those old vacuum booster brakes. I'm going to make a guess that he was driving a Louisville Line Ford. I don't know what it was with those, but you always had trouble with the vacuum booster brakes on one of those. You didn't on the Chevys or on the Dodges, but they just never did get something right on those. And we had 2 or 3 feed trucks that we had to be careful who we let drive them because, we'd tell them, don't overuse those brakes or you won't have any brakes, like he says. They will just get stiff and you cannot, you can't put them down. And then he was talking about some of the areas he had run over there in West Virginia. And there was one time that I had to take some heavy paper rolls over through there in a snowstorm. And I'm driving over through there and it's getting all traffic's backed up. And every time I put on the brakes, the truck was wanting to slide the trailer a little bit more and more. And it's like, I probably need to get out in the hammer lane here because it's fresh snow and I'll be okay. And so I get out in the hammer lane and I'm going down a little bit of a hill right before a big bridge. And somebody in a rat rod, one of those little cars with the loud mufflers and all that, got the bright idea he was going to jump out in front of me. And he stepped down on it. Of course, he went around and around and he hit the wall on the other side. And I thought, well, I think I can get by him. And then the guy decided he's going to pull out in front, and there was no way I could stop. And I just had to lay on the horn and flash my lights. And finally, he realized he probably just needed to sit still till I got by. But, that's something, I just point that out. If you get caught in a situation like that, and it would have probably killed him because of a little old rat rod, and I had 80,000 pounds in a semi. I don't imagine there would have been much left of him. So, that's the case where it wasn't really, it wasn't my fault, but I was going to be the victim, and you have a fatality, you're going to have a fatal accident, you're going to face a lot of consequences. But my big question was, what was that individual out in Colorado doing? That if he's driving in mountains, and they're pretty, California, all those mountainous states out there, they get pretty ill. If you don't have the proper equipment and everything out there. I know that one, I think it's through Denver, you go through the tunnel, you go right down at the bottom of the hill, and they had the scale house right down there at the bottom. And if your brakes were heated up, they were going to pull you in. That's all it was to it. So there's so much, I just have to reflect back to what Always Moving was saying, but we just hear a little bit of this and a little bit of that. But the bottom line is, when you're in a big truck, you better have a darn good reason for getting that thing out of gear, because there's just no reason to have it out of gear. And that's something, whether you can read English or not, you should just know that. And if he did kick it out of gear, that's where his problem was. And also with the off ramps, there are some companies that if you use those off ramps, they're going to wind up firing you if you have to use the off ramp, unless you've had some sort of a mechanical malfunction. And I'm not sure, but I think it costs about $30,000 to $40,000 to get pulled back out of one of those things, because you're going to bury the thing up. You're going to bury that up to the axle. So I don't know. Maybe the people still out there, they might know a little bit more, but it's expensive. And whenever you hit one of those ramps, you better have a good reason for hitting it and not just some, carelessness. So I don't know. Maybe the guy thought, he was going to get fired. I just don't understand why you'd want to keep going down a hill unless he's gotten away with it before. I know the Eastern thing, people argue about the Eastern ones and the Western ones, and the Eastern ones, they're short and sharp and you can get up a lot of speed in a hurry. The Western ones, you don't really notice it, and they're long. And the next thing you know, you're going way faster. But most of them, they'll tell you what gear to be in for how much you weigh and everything else. So
I said if I had to guess, I was thinking he was going down, and I guess he knew he was getting closer to the bottom of the incline, I assume. And he thought he would just, once you got down back to level ground, he'd just coast it to a stop or be able to get it stopped eventually. Yeah, totally unawares that he was coming up on a complete traffic jam from a previous accident. But the end result, not pretty. Hey, we get a quick chime out back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to service all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
The cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret.
Powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Leave off there. Oh yeah, last week I did share this once, but it's worse. It warrants mentioning once again. Hotshot Secret is sponsor of the National Tractor Pull Associations, and at the awards banquet here earlier this month, Hotshot Secret honored with the award title Manufacturer of the Year by the National Tractor Pullers Association. It was the NTPA's 50th anniversary awards banquet, recognizing the people, the organizations who give support to tractor and truck pulling, competitors, families, crew members, promoters, and sponsors. Hotshot Secret became a sponsor of the NTPA truck and tractor pulling last year, 2020, under a 3-year partnership which designates Hotshot Secret, the official fuel additive of the NTPA. Of course, with a full line of fuel and oil additives, the Diesel Extreme, which was named by Truck Trend on MotorTrend.com, the best overall diesel additive in the game, and is the fastest growing performance lubricant brand in the United States right now. Okay, what our competitors have discovered, this is from the NTPA's executive director, Greg Randall. What our competitors have discovered is that Hot Shot Secret has applications for power, performance, and lubricity needs, which are paramount in our high horsepower world of tractor and truck pulling. The results were being realized on the track by those using the products. Well, now by earning the Manufacturer of the Year award, the secret is out. It's no longer a secret. Hot Shot Secret is proving to be an important component to the equation, increasing and adding reliable power. That was their statement. It doesn't get a whole lot better than that, does it? So you see them out there on the track making a full pool. So where'd they get that extra power? Hey. All right. Congratulations to Hot Shot Secret. And Josh was actually presented the award there at the 50th banquet for the NTPA. Good morning, Philip. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday. How you doing?
Doing all right. Y'all ready for Christmas week? It's here, ready or not.
Yep, I'm actually going to be off this Christmas. It's going to be nice.
How about that?
Be nice.
Hey, I was at the wedding Saturday night for my nephew and his new beautiful bride, and I said, you guys going on a honeymoon? And they said, yeah, we're leaving next week. Yeah, so where are you going? They're going to Disney.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Where are they staying at down there, do you know?
That I'm not sure. Don't know where they're staying. That's pretty much all I asked. I said, well, have fun. That's good.
Well, tell him if he wants to come by, I'll take him for a train ride. I'll be at one of the 3 resorts over by the Magic Kingdom. That's where I'll be for the next 2 weeks. We've got our training on hold right now because of the holidays, but that's where I'll be at today. I'll be at the Polynesian, so if anybody wants to stop by and see me, I'll be at the Polynesian Resort at Walt Disney World.
Huh.
You were talking about the language earlier with the one caller about, speaking English and whatnot. A lot of employers have to go by a set of standards for being an EOE, which is an equal opportunity employer, and that standard is rolled into the DOT and everything else. And that's what's pretty much happening with a lot of you can't just not hire anybody anymore because of that kind of stuff. So that's a lot of companies are going through that, Steve. And then you were talking about the deaf. Steve, how long did we have the motors around before we didn't have DEF? I mean, how long has DEF actually been around, Steve?
Oh, man, it's not been that long, but is it 5 years yet, you think?
Oh, it's got to be over 5 years. It's probably 10 or 15 years, I would think.
Like I said, time goes way too fast.
Yeah, I would think it's closer to 10 years with DEF, but, we had motors way back when that didn't have DEF, and it's a product, it's another deal just like the language thing. It's a product of the standards. It's the regulations that they've adopted over the world. I mean, look at California with all the standards they have with their EPA and all that out there. Back in the day, you didn't have to worry about a car with California standards on it. You could just go by, every car was the same, whether it was in California or in Florida or wherever. And our standards regulation has just really beat us up, especially when it comes to these vehicles and a lot of it over the world. I mean, think about it this way, Steve. How many Australian truck drivers are trying to figure out how to bypass that crap to get the trucks going? I'm pretty sure there's quite a few guys over there. But the problem is with our EPA over here, I'm not sure what it's called in Australia, but I'm pretty sure they have the same kind of agency. They, if you bypass that stuff, that's a federal offense, isn't it, Steve?
Yeah, I believe it is. Yes.
Yeah, so, I mean, so we're just a product of our own regulations, you know? I mean, we need to get that stuff changed. I mean, does DEF really, how much does DEF actually add to the equation? Does it add more power, or is it just about cleaning the air?
Oh, it's all about emissions.
You know,
it's all about the emissions, 100%.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it's always been. I mean, think about this. I mean, I talked about this a long time ago. There's a lot of guys out there that, well, you talked about tractor pulling just a minute ago. There's a lot of guys out there drag racing that, you know, they do a lot of high performance upgrades to their cars. Okay, well, the government tried to stick their finger in and try to get them to, you know, hey, you're going to do emissions today. Oh, we're not going to do this. And a lot of the aftermarkets are hurting with that stuff. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, we're just a product of our own regulations and everything. So hopefully they can get it figured out with those trucks, because stuff's still got to move. I mean, it's just like California dealing with not having diesel power plants. California has no diesel power plants anymore. They have no coal-fired power plants. You know, they got rid of a lot of that stuff because of the EPA, and it hurt them. You've seen it with their power shortages they've had over the years in California. And, hey, if you want to go green, go ahead, but you got to understand the ramifications of when you do it. So that's all I got, Steve. I know we're a little bit over, so you have a good day, and tell your nephew if he's down to come see me.
I will try to find out where they're going to be staying. Yeah, got time to talk to you about that. I pulled it up while he was speaking. January 1 of 2010, the EPA standards were enforceable for every current model year and forward for DEF, mandatory. Diesel manufacturers, of course, as we know, explored several different technologies to reduce the nitrous oxide emissions. I think everybody went with the SCR, right? The SCR, except for, was it Caterpillar? Yeah, Caterpillar tried to go with, what was that technology called? Was it the ACERT engine? Whatever it was, it didn't work out. That's my recollection. 2010, wow, it's hard to believe. I told you, time just goes by so quickly. And someone called here a week or so ago and said, well, isn't urea just basically urine? I said, well, not really. And there was actually a question on this next question that says, can you pee in your DEF tank? Like it's the same thing. Please do not urinate in your DEF tank. The SCR system will be damaged, and it will cost you thousands of dollars to repair. Do not pee in your DEF tank. And we'll be back after this, top of the hour. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
Now that Senate Democrat Joe Manchin says he will not vote for the legislation, it looks like Democrats are not going to be able to overcome Republican opposition in the Senate to pass President Biden's roughly $2 trillion Build Back Better bill. Tom Cotton, the U.S. Senator from Arkansas, says,
at a time when we have almost $30 trillion in debt, this bill would add $5 trillion to it. We have the worst inflation in 40 years. This bill would add fuel to the fire of inflation.
The Republican Cotton speaking there on Fox News Sunday night in America. President Biden's Build Back Better agenda would focus on issues from health care to education, climate change, and tax laws. The NHL and Players Association announcing cross-border games are now being postponed for the upcoming week because of rising COVID cases. And this is USA Radio News.
Folks, you know how cancel culture has affected Mike Lindell. Well, MyPillow may have gotten canceled out of retail stores, but you can save big just in time for Christmas at MyPillow.com. The classic standard size MyPillow that sold in stores for almost $70 is on sale for Christmas for just $19.98. Standard size, $19.98. Queen and king size slightly higher, but only if you go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, get a MyPillow for that special person in your life. You also get a free press and pack bag so you can take your MyPillow anywhere. Save big on anything on the MyPillow website, but only if you use my promo code USA. Support Mike Lindell and American Jobs. Get the best price ever on a MyPillow, and do your Christmas shopping at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Merry Christmas.
The DEA administrator believes social media companies need to do more to fight drug trafficking, as Ann Milgram was discussing the severity of the opioid crisis, saying drug cartels are using social media platforms to get deadly drugs into Americans' hands with one click. She said on CBS's Face the Nation, companies like TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook should go after such illegal activity. She also encouraged parents to have conversations with their children about the dangers of drugs like fentanyl. With his son Charlie by his side, Tiger Woods making a quietly strong comeback to competitive golf. The pair finishing second in the PNC Championship in Florida over the weekend. The event, which partnered champions with family members, was won by John Daly and his son. But it was Tiger Woods' first event since he was seriously injured in a car wreck near Los Angeles last February. And this is USA Radio News.
The greatest radio shows of all time.
Right now, I got to straighten out this closet. One second.
Classic radio theater.
The Great Gildersleeve.
Yeah.
Well, here I am.
Yikes!
Oh, George, we've got company.
The greatest radio shows of all time, classic radio theater, on this radio station or online anywhere podcasts are served by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
Republicans say Democrats are ignoring the nonpartisan agency that they used to champion as they try to pass that Build Back Better plan. An update from USA Radio's Brad Bernards.
The White House and President Joe Biden have turned on the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office when it exposed the cost of the Build Back Better Act, including Press Secretary Jen Psaki calling its latest scoring fake. But Representative Pete Sessions, Republican of Texas, said on Newsmax the only thing fake is the White House. Psaki and Democrats lying to the American people about the zero cost of their progressive spending plan.
How can you say it is completely paid for when the CBO score is $3 trillion different? Yeah. And the bottom line is that's what they want. And so they're hoping that the people who hear it on their stations hear what they hear, and the people that are on conservative stations then know the truth.
From the USA Radio News, West Texas Bureau, I'm Brad Bernards.
And Elizabeth Warren has tested positive for COVID-19, the Democratic U.S. Senator making the announcement by Twitter, saying despite a negative COVID test result just earlier this week, she then tested positive today, Sunday, with a breakthrough case. Warren adds she's only experiencing mild symptoms. And from the New England Bureau of USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
All right, welcome into a Monday. Yes, indeed. We've crossed over the midnight hour there on the West Coast. Everybody on the same page. 20th day of December. Countdown to Christmas is on. All right, as the week progresses, things are going to trend negatively for travelers out west. Big travel week with Christmas coming up next weekend as the atmospheric river, as they call it, the plume of tropical moisture is going to build into the western coast this week, bringing inordinate amounts of rain and snow to the drought-weary west. And yes, impacting travel as Christmas grows near. Rain and snow have been slamming the Northwest over the weekend. Portland and Pendleton, Oregon. Big thick flakes were falling across portions of Clark and Clackamas counties Saturday night and Sunday morning. Rain for other lower elevations. The flakes were sticking to cars and the grass in Vancouver, but melted on the roadways. While heavy snow was filmed in the Corbett area of Multnomah County, roads were slick there. Portland, you actually saw your first measurable snow of the season, 0.2 of an inch Sunday. Sorry about that, had to sneeze. Boy, it got me. 0.2 of an inch Sunday morning before the city fell below freezing. All right, as we look ahead, if you're looking to do some last-minute shopping this week across California and Nevada, head out now as the weather's still dry. Same for the holiday travelers, they tell us, as the weather this week looks to increase in storminess. It's going to be the opposite in the Northwest, as the heavy rain and mountain snow fell on Sunday, continues today in parts of Washington and Oregon on over into Montana. But from here, the focus of the rain and snow begins to wobble and vary from day to day. Precipitation's going to return northward into Washington and Oregon today, here for Monday. Tuesday, the storm begins that track southward. The focus then eventually turns to the southwest. Storm still spinning offshore is going to send another cold front toward the coast. By Wednesday evening, a major storm is likely to begin across the west, producing rain and snow from Oregon all the way down to Los Angeles. Big dip in the jet stream later this week will set the stage for the atmospheric river to return into the west. Cities in California like Redding, Sacramento, San Francisco, Fresno, Los Angeles could all experience 1 to 2 inches of rain through Friday morning, with higher amounts in the mountains where temperatures will be high enough for rain to fall. This pattern led to another round of heavy rain and mountain snow for the region, they say. Now, AccuWeather forecasters say 3 to 6 inches of snow will fall in Reno from Wednesday evening to Friday morning, up to a foot of snow over the Oregon Cascades, up to 2 feet of snow in the Sierra Nevada. So we're talking some heavy precip, flash flooding, mudslides in the burn-scarred areas, travel disruptions, extra traffic for shoppers. This could lead to delays in some of those last-minute packages before Christmas arrives. Leave extra time as you head for your destinations. While this may be disruptive for holiday travels, it is obviously much-needed rainfall, given the shortfall of rain over the past several years. They go into the drought conditions, obviously, out west. So, I mean, when you're talking, a few months ago, rationing water and whatnot, the incredibly low levels at the reservoirs and the lakes, they need the rain. So you can't really complain. It's more up, it should probably be looked at more of a Christmas blessing for folks out west. All right, the pros and the cons, some of our travelers' weather. Real quick, like I had, speaking of California, all the headlines about smash and grab robberies, cars being broke into. Apparently, it's off the rails, people breaking into cars. It's got to the point where drivers, they say, in San Francisco have begun leaving their car's trunk open to fend off potential burglaries, where they've seen a 32% increase in car break-ins over the past year. So the trunk's open, right? There's nothing in here, nothing to be had. Just go your own way. The former San Francisco Police Department deputy chief says, I am shocked. There's so much that can go wrong here. I said, we're in different times. Hey, you leave the trunk open, that would invite more thieves rather than deterring them, because now they could steal your batteries, they could steal your tires, they could go into your glove compartment and find out where you live. San Francisco, not the only area that's suffering an increase in car break-ins in neighboring Oakland. Both car break-ins and auto burglaries increased by 27% this year. I mean, we got to do more to get us through this holiday season, according to Oakland's mayor. Calling on private property owners to assist in the city's surveillance, install security cameras, point the cameras toward the street, register it with the Oakland Police Department. They want to be able to see what's on your camera when they'd like. The interim deputy police chief said residents' response to the increase in car break-ins doesn't really surprise her, but warned that thieves have the technology to detect a laptop, for instance, if it's hidden somewhere in the video, in the vehicle. I mean, use common sense. Do not leave valuables in the car. Don't even tuck things under the seat, because they'll find it. But then they've got some video, people with their hatchbacks, out there in the parking garage with the hatchback left open, so that the thieves think there's nothing to get there. All right, back to your calls here. What's going on with the Grump this morning? You all set for Christmas, Grump?
Oh, well, I got to work, so, I guess so. I figured I'd take a load, out for them. Asked me if I would, and I said, yeah, I guess. So, anyway. But now I wonder if those thieves have the technology to detect that shotgun I'd blast one of them in the ass with getting in my car. We had an idiot over here in our town that was doing that, in our neighborhood. He was breaking into cars and stealing whatever he could, stuff like that. And my little old 130-pound dog put a stop to that. He hit him in the chest and just damn near tore his chest off. This kid was messed up. But, why in the hell would anybody open their trunks and allow that to happen? Just say, here, go ahead and look through here. There's nothing here. No, I'd put this car is protected with Smith & Wesson on the damn window, and wouldn't hesitate to burn somebody's butt with a shotgun. But, Steve, it's just getting that way out here. It's just getting absolutely crazy out here. He's talking about that kid that run off that mountain. I've been up and down that damn thing 1,000 times, and it is a dangerous hill. But I believe I read some of the testimony on that, and I believe he said he was trying to downshift, is why his truck was in neutral. He couldn't get it back in gear. And so, here he is, running off a damn mountain instead of just hitting the pea gravel.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree that 110 years is a lot of, is really excessive. They should be a standard set for this. But that, I believe that judge was trying to send a message to other truck drivers that this is what's going to happen to you. And if that is the case, then he just opened himself up for, that sentence to be greatly reduced on an appeal. And speaking of appeals, that appeals court, 6th appeals court, reinstating Biden's mandate, that's Kavanaugh's court. And the more I read, stuff on Kavanaugh, really the less I like the guy. I'm not sure what his intentions was on this. Of course, he had a 3-judge panel that allowed it, but he oversees that court. So the only thing that I can really think of was that they really want this to be fast-tracked into the Supreme Court. And there will be, trucking companies and other businesses, stuff that shows damage, that this is a harmful, just costly and everything else on their business. So if it's fast-tracked in the Supreme Court, Kavanaugh is somebody that you never know what the hell he's going to do. He's somebody that always looks at precedents. And then, you look at this law or, that Supreme Court case from this cat out in Massachusetts over the smallpox vaccine, where it was mandated that he had to, they could give him the vaccine. Well, that's a little bit different than this. That was an actual vaccine. This vaccine, as they call it, does not stop COVID. It doesn't slow COVID. It doesn't prevent you from transmitting COVID. It doesn't really do a damn thing except lessen the effects of COVID on certain individuals. So I think they got a pretty good shot of getting this thing thrown out, period. I mean, I just read that Robert F. Kennedy's book over Dr. Fauci. That clown ought to have been in prison years ago. The things that this guy's done. It's like all these hospitals around here that were denying people the therapeutics because they would rather see them on a ventilator, like out in New York. I never seen they finally got it released under the Freedom of Information Act on exactly what these hospitals were receiving for, people that were put on a ventilator. $37,000 a person they were getting for every person that went on a ventilator. Now that kind of explains why, so many of these people weren't, they never used the ships. They never used any of the, they spent $12 billion building all these hospitals, these temporary hospitals all over the United States, brought out the National Guard. None of it was ever used. It was just, basically, and it was pretty much in the blue states that said the hell with it. You take places like Florida and Texas, and they tried to stay open. Missouri, we tried to stay open also. Pretty much did. I mean, they had mask mandates in certain areas, things like that. But hell, even them damn mask mandates, Steve, they don't do anything. You said it yourself that COVID, has a smaller micron than these paper masks. Mm-hmm. And they've tried to say, that, it is just for show. That's just the way it is. It's just psychological control that they want over the people. You still got people walking around telling people to put masks on. I was out loading at one of our facilities, out in Pennsylvania, and, one of the people that works in the in the shipping office come walking by with her mask on, and, I can't stand the damn girl anyway. I think she's a little pig, but anyway, she walks by, she goes, hey, put a mask on. I'm outside in my truck, and I said, hey, practice your social distancing. Keep your ass away from me. I ain't wearing a mask. Thank you very much. So you didn't read the sign out on the gate? I said, read it, couldn't give a damn less about it. I just kept right on doing what I was doing. So, this is going to be what Biden's going to come out and say is, he's going to re-implement these mask mandates. It's more control over the people. The more that people start realizing that government is a bunch of damn fools, number one, it's ran by this elitist bunch of morons, that rules for thee but not for me kind of crap. Then as soon as they start slipping away just this little bitty bit, here you got these people like Joe Biden, and it doesn't surprise me if a few Republicans in the same damn way, like Elizabeth Warren, who is not a Republican but says she is. But you're going to look at these people that are going to say, hell, how can we get control back over the people? We can fill them full of crap, and say, hey, this is, this Omicron or whatever the hell it's called.
Right.
It's here, it's making its way, and it's going to hurt some people and things like that. Well, hell, people they don't even realize it. I just had antibodies checked back on November 1st. Yeah, I had to go in for my checkup and all that, and they said, well, we're going to go ahead and test you for the antibodies and see, how the shot did. So I got the Johnson & Johnson. And I said, all right, it's fine. Well, my antibodies was through the roof. And so I was sitting in there with the doctor, and she said, look, two things either happened. Either you just recently had COVID, was asymptomatic, or you had some kind of symptoms recently, or you just got another booster shot. Did you get another booster shot? And I said, nope, and ain't going to get another booster shot. So, well, what about the flu shot? I said, they can stuff that one too. I'm not taking any more damn shots or none of that crap. When they started taking that away from my decision and saying, we're going to force you to do this, then the whole game changed with me. So, no more.
So I mean,
and
but
said,
you had which did you do, the Johnson & Johnson or the Pfizer, or which one did you do?
Johnson & Johnson.
Okay, so you did the J&J, and
yep.
I mean, supposedly that one doesn't really supposedly have much impact on the Omicron anyway, but
no, it didn't have much. According to them, it didn't have much impact on anything.
So whatever you had no idea that you likely had COVID, nothing, no symptoms, no nothing.
Nope. Even when I tested positive for it the first time, when I knew I had it, I had about maybe 48 hours of a scratchy throat. I think I ran a fever one day. That kind of thing. By the time I got home, I was testing negative again.
Wow.
So, and hell, I'm 61. I mean, it's if it's going to and suffer from, chronic inflammation and, but, the whole damn thing, it just, the surprise to me was it didn't affect me that bad. I mean, it may, if I get it again or something like that, but, look at, Jimmy's boy. Hell, he's had it 3 times, and one of my best friends, her daughter, right now, she had the monoclonal the antibodies,
yeah,
and she had she had one other I can't remember which one it was, but they gave her that, but she was deathly ill with it, and she had double pneumonia and everything like that, and within 24 hours she was off almost everything. She still got a cough and stuff, but it's it boosted her immune that much, and she's 13 weeks pregnant right now. And they found that out when they did a blood test on her, and so it kicked that poor girl pretty hard until she got the treatments, and then it just, like I said, with 24 hours it really turned it around. But the thing that gets me about this whole thing was which one of those is ivermectin, isn't it, for the that they call said it was a horse tranquilizer?
It's a dewormer.
Yeah. Well, they had been giving this out for years, before they ever gave this other stuff. I mean, it was called the miracle drug through Merck. And Merck had given out 900 million doses of this stuff to Florida, or to Africa. Because hell, they're drinking, kids are getting worms and every damn thing else, drinking muddy water and infected water, and eating the bad food and everything else. And it was, but their cases of COVID at that time was low. And, when Fauci was trying to push this damn vaccine so bad, and they were purchasing all these doses and everything and making the damn, the pharmaceutical companies extremely wealthy, he lobbied to have Merck pull those doses from Africa and other places. Well, you couldn't get them here in the United States or Great Britain. Both, England and the United States both pretty much banned that for use in COVID. They said that they had to put it under clinical trials. Well, hell, people have been taking this damn stuff, Steve, forever, for head lice and everything else. If it was an effective therapeutic, then why in the hell did this moron, he went right against Trump's, right to try, for people that was deathly ill with COVID and, things like this. They've had the monoclonal antibodies for, I guess quite a while, but they didn't authorize its use because this idiot Fauci, who is nothing but a damn little thief as far as I'm concerned. He's a lying little bastard that ought to be under the prison. I don't care if he's 80 years old or 81 years old or whatever. He needs to spend the rest of his damn days locked up. This guy has done nothing but lie. He's it's like the people that works out of his office was pushing this one drug, and so they started pretty much advocating for it like that. Well, hell, there's several of them that's getting $125,000 a year off of these drug companies just for their testing of it. And what makes you sick is the fact that the United States has sunk so damn much money into drug companies. I mean, literally. Well, Trump bought every dose of
hydroxychloroquine.
Yeah, he bought every dose of that. And here Fauci and them shot that down. They were like, no, hell, it don't work. This stuff ain't going to work. And they knew damn well that it would. It was a therapeutic that's been used for years for different reasons. And, there was places that were showing, real promise in it. Getting it in early, getting it to seniors early, even people that had pre-existing conditions. And here this clown, if you want to call him a doctor, here this idiot steps up and blocks every damn thing. And why in the hell Donald Trump didn't fire that little toad, while he was still in office? He should have. And I think that's one of the regrets that you're gonna hear from Trump if he was to run again and get reelected. The first damn thing you're gonna hear out of him was his regret that he did not can Fauci. But this has been a cat and mouse game with this stuff since day one. And it's, if you just give us this 2 weeks here, we just, shut down for 2 weeks and everything. Why in the hell did we shut down at all? This country is never going to recover from that. I've looked at my damn individual stocks that have just tanked. I've lost thousands of dollars on individual stocks. Maybe the S&P 500 that I've had, investments in has done quite well. But individual stocks, individual companies, and I invested heavily in a lot of the oil companies and stuff like that. Well, hell, that was a waste. I mean, I've lost a ton of money off of this. But, man, I'll tell you, sometimes you just want to hover above the United States and look down and say, do I even recognize this damn place anymore? The freedoms and everything that we've fought for, and hell, I wore a uniform for 21 years, Steve. And it's, I look at all the people that has died for this damn country and everything that we've had to do for this country. And then you got these idiots that for somehow they just think that they want to wave this magic damn wand and say, all right, I'm in power. I'm going to implement this Emergency Powers Act, and it's going to nullify the Constitution. And from here on out, you're going to have to listen to what the hell I say. You talked about the OSHA. This OSHA regulation that was just reinstated. Well, back in 1970, they redid this OSHA regulation to include illnesses. And, anything at all that had a hindrance on interstate commerce, they pretty much gave OSHA this free reign to do whatever the hell they wanted to do. And this Emergency Powers Act I guess it just reinforces all this. And it's crazy. I mean, it really is. I mean, the damn Constitution ought to be what matters, not some Emergency Powers Act. Now, I can understand, where people can get, states can get money, like, the tornadoes and stuff that rip through, Kentucky and different places, and where they have to implement some type of martial law, to keep people out of neighborhoods where you got power lines and things down. Yes, that falls under the Emergency Powers Act. But to give that kind of power to a president that says you're going to take a jab or take a walk, you're not going to be able to work if you don't get a jab. Well, who in the hell is going to take care of me then? There, Joe. I mean, that's just, I got the Johnson & Johnson. But if somebody was to step up to me right now and say, hey, President Biden is going to mandate that you have to get a get a jab. I'm going to say, get him on the phone. I'd like to personally tell him to kiss my lily white ass. I'm not doing that. I mean, that's just the way it is. What happened to people wanting to fight for their rights and their freedoms? It seems like anymore, it just roll over and take it again. Let's open up our trunks and let the damn bombs rumble through our cars and do whatever. I don't know, brother. It's it's a frightening world that we're living in. And if people don't open their eyes up, it's going to be ran by another damn country, because the United States, it doesn't seem to me like any of our politicians have the testicular fortitude to stand up and fight for what they all should be fighting for. And that's our freedoms and this dream that everybody wanted, when they come over here. And it just seems like anymore, it's just, let's just open the doors and let every Tom, Dick, and damn Harry walk in here. We'll pay them, and we'll do this for them, but you got to abide by all the rules, and they don't. I don't know, man.
That's where we're at. Well, I got to get to my news break because we're a bit behind. But yeah, by the way, the numbers did come in November. November was, surprise, another record for illegals waltzing across the border, coming into the USA. And we'll return after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
Now that Senate Democrat Joe Manchin says he will not vote for the legislation, it looks like Democrats are not going to be able to overcome Republican opposition in the Senate to pass President Biden's roughly $2 trillion Build Back Better bill. Tom Cotton, the U.S. Senator from Arkansas, says,
at a time when we have almost $30 trillion in debt, this bill would add $5 trillion to it. We have the worst inflation in 40 years. This bill would add fuel to the fire of inflation.
The Republican Cotton speaking there on Fox News Sunday night in America. President Biden's Build Back Better agenda would focus on issues from health care to education, climate change, and tax laws. The NHL and Players Association announcing cross-border games are now being postponed for the upcoming week because of rising COVID cases. This is USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to bingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at bingoRadioUSA.com. That's bingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry! Free accounts are limited.
Did you know Mike Lindell has over 150 different items on the MyPillow website, and any of them would be great for Christmas gifts for your friends and family? Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 after you've explored the MyPillow website. Use that promo code USA and save big on anything in the MyPillow website just for Christmas.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You
work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, typically, it has to start somewhere, right? Somewhere in the world, and gradually it spreads from one country to the next to the next. Yeah, we know how things work historically, right? Well, people in Sweden have started getting implanted with microchips that contain their COVID passports. The chip developed by Epicenter can store a COVID passport under the skin, right? Implants are very versatile technology that can be used for many different things. And right now, it's very convenient to have your COVID passport always accessible right there on your implant. You know, in case your phone runs out of battery, because many people have their passport on their phone. The chip is always accessible to you. So, of course, that's how we use technology today. Pay attention. Next year, we're going to use it for something else. It's not just about the COVID. Yeah, according to the article from this publication about it, because all that is required to read these chips is the swipe of a cell phone over the body. And implantees' important information is at risk of being hijacked. These chips are very easy to read, he warns, which means I can sneak up to you with my mobile phone and read what's on your chip. I usually tell people, do not put secrets of their lives on your chip. Now, the article mentions around 6,000 people in the country have so far had that chip inserted. Yeah, that's not to say those people got a microchip inserted in their body for a COVID passport, because the chips could be used for other purposes as well. slightly larger than a grain of rice, implanted in the arm or between the thumb and the forefinger or in other body parts. At the beginning of December, the Swedish government issued a guidance that for some events with 100 people or more in attendance, a COVID passport would be required. Now, that's not saying the chip is required. That is saying that the COVID passport, though, you have to have it on your phone or whatever. But that's Sweden. The thing that jumped out to me, though, yes, it's for the COVID passport today, but next year, it could be for something else. It could be for anything. I'll just leave it at that. You can let your imaginations go wild, right? Hey, good morning, Eagle.
Yeah, okay. How you doing, Steve? Calling in a little bit late tonight. Fell asleep watching that Sunday night so-called football game. That game put me to sleep. Neither team ended up with a final score of 9-0. No, one of a very boring ball game. So that put me to sleep, and I just woke up around about an hour or so ago. So I missed a couple hours of your show. But what I wake up to, I hear you talking about the good old coronavirus again. You know something, Steve? You know, tomorrow night, this so-called, remember I told you I no longer call him the president because that's not what he is. He's not the president. He's just a puppet, a chick figure that they put up in front of the microphone and calls himself that. He's going to be on my television again tomorrow night, flapping his mouth about a virus that poses no threat whatsoever to the American people or any other person for that matter, this so-called Omicron variant. You gave the stats last week, Steve, about the amount of deaths that have occurred, and it's very, very little. But yet, why is this guy going on television trying to scare the American people once again, Steve, on tomorrow night? Like this is a national crisis or something. It's not no nice national crisis, Steve. They played the game with, Grump said in his phone call, you can go back, Steve, you can go back and listen to my phone calls from your show with America's Trucking Network. You can go back and listen to Dave, Riding Away with Dave. You can go back and listen to your show that you got right now. You'll hear me talking when this thing first started a year or two ago that this thing was a joke, and that Dr. Doom, name it not Dr. Fauci, is Doom, that he should have been fired a long time ago when Donald Trump, when he gave him the bad advice to shut the United States down for 2 weeks or longer when this thing first started. Donald Trump, that was one of the worst mistakes that Donald Trump ever made in his life when he listened to that loser, because it probably cost him his job in the White House. Not only did, they stole the election, but a lot of people decided not to vote for Trump because of a lot of people lost their jobs, and they figured blaming it on Trump when it wasn't his fault whatsoever. It was a set-up job by Dr. Fauci and the Democrats to get Trump out of the White House. It's more and more obvious every day that this is what occurred. So I'm telling everybody right now, because I tell you what my TV is going to be tuned to tomorrow night. I tell you what my television channel will be on tomorrow night, Steve, when this so-called bogus president is on television. It won't be on, Joe Biden won't be on my television tomorrow night. I promise you that. And I advise anybody that's listening to me right now, your television shouldn't be on, Joe Biden should be on your television tomorrow night, because he's not going to do nothing but come on your television and tell you more lies about this so-called virus. And speaking of that, Steve, like I told you before, I think you say you haven't been vaccinated, and as you know, I haven't, and don't have no intentions of getting vaccinated, because like I told you before, Steve, I've been doing just fine since this thing happened, have yet to contract the virus. And I'm out here driving this truck week after week, day after day, and still doing my thing. So apparently, it seems, and I'm going to get to the NFL right now. And apparently, it look like this virus is not affecting me. Now, let's get to the NFL, Steve. I'm going to give people facts to back up everything I say when I say that this vaccine is nothing but a joke, and the people that promote it are nothing but jokes. The NFL has basically almost shut down over the weekend, Steve. They are postponing and canceling games because of this so-called virus. I think they said over 100 football players tested positive for the virus last week. And guess what, Steve? Like I told you before, all these guys have been vaccinated. All these guys have been back, and these guys, I guarantee you, they're in better health than an overweight, loudmouth truck driver. I promise you that these NFL players are definitely, and yet they still contracted this virus. So here's the deal. It seems to me like that this thing that Joe Biden is trying to mandate ain't working, Steve, because NFL players are turning positive, yet even though they've been vaccinated. Right. But yet Joe Biden is still going to go on your television tomorrow night and tell you to get vaccinated. So like Grump said in his phone call, I'd tell Joe Biden the same thing, brother. If he was to come to me face to face, I tell him you don't even want to know what I tell him, Steve, what he can do with his vaccine. So here's what's going to have to happen, Steve. We're going to continue to see these different variants pop up along the lines. We're coming up on another year of 2022, and we still talking about this deal. You know, we talked about it for 2020, and then we talked about it for the whole 2021. And guess what? Guess what, America? I got bad news for you. We're going to talk about it in 2022 because it's not going away. Because guess what? People out there that are in control of things don't want it to go away. So you're going to be talking about it for the 2022 and 2023 until they decide. Notice I said this, Steve, until they decide they want the virus to go away, because believe me, they can make it go away anytime they want to. And right now they don't want to. They want to put more and more mandates on you and your life so they can control you. So like I told you before, anybody that say that they're sick and tired of hearing about the coronavirus, well, tell it to the Democrats, because they're going to ride this all the way into 2024 until we have the election. And then maybe if they get another Democrat in the White House, guess what? The virus will suddenly disappear all of a sudden. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right. I mean, couple of response points. I mean, not to say that it's a joke. We know that's not the case. It's not a joke. The way things have been handled with mandates, I guess you could call that a joke. The control, the power. Yes, I full well believe that's a large part of what this is all about. It's COVID is real. Thousands, hundreds of thousands have succumbed to it. At the same time, many people have been left very ill from the injections. That's kind of a joke, too, if you ask me. The Omicron last week, one confirmed death globally. That was in the UK. I don't know if there have been more confirmed from the Omicron. That was what was being touted. Then over the weekend, they come out with this new research supposedly saying that Omicron is no less virulent than the Delta strain. Well, what suddenly changed? I think I printed that up. I don't know if I have that beside me or not, but yeah, it is a real virus. But I fully maintain, again, you have the choice. You make the decision what you want to do with your body. And you shouldn't have consequences, as in losing your job if you opt to not receive the vaccine, because, yes, we know to date it is experimental. As the virus continues to mutate, a.k.a. Omicron, which they're saying none of the vaccines seem to be able to stop it. The Johnson & Johnson has virtually no effects, no antibody effect on the Omicron. the Pfizer, Moderna, I guess the other global vaccines that are being used have a much, much lower ability to, can you say stop? I don't think, there's not a single strain that stops the virus. There is no one that is, quote, immune from the virus. With each passing day, you look at the breakthrough cases. What were the numbers out of New York? Let's see, I had that New York. Now, we're talking a state that has some of the most stringent requirements and have had with lockdowns going back to the very, very beginning in early 2020. What is the vaccination status rate? In case you don't know, more than 90% of adults in New York City have had at least one shot. More than 70% have had 2 doses. They are setting records for new cases. New York State reported 21,000 plus new cases last Thursday. That's a single-day record, according to the state health department. The numbers are worse now than they've been at any time in the pandemic, with 90% of New York City residents already having been vaccinated. What the hell's going on? This is a reminder the pandemic is not over yet. You have to take extra care to keep ourselves and each other safe. That's New York's governor on Friday. And she still says, and the vaccine is our best weapon. Get the shot if you haven't yet. Get the booster if you have. Mask up. Wash your hands. This is not March of 2020, where apparently Mayor de Blasio said, we're not going to do another round of lockdowns. Well, duh, they didn't do anything when you did lock down. All it really did essentially is postpone the inevitable. We are one of the most highly vaccinated places in the entire United States of America, he said. The more we vaccinate, the more we can get through this. De Blasio, how are you setting record number of new cases when 90% of your residents have had at least one shot? It doesn't jive. It doesn't make sense. All right. So I guess now the plan is we're going to battle the new surge by handing out 1 million masks. We're going to expand the testing hours in the publicly run hospital, and we're going to dispense more at-home test kits. But the governor's rule requires that all public indoor spaces either implement a vaccine passport program or require masks. Back to masks in New York. What do you think? What's the president going to say Tuesday? And I had not seen what time of day that is. I don't know if it's a midday, afternoon, early evening. Is he going to do a prime time address? They may have released those numbers by now, but what more are we going to do? All right, with that, we'll get our final hour just ahead. Heat wave on the line. Horst Feathers is back with us in room for you at 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
Now that Senate Democrat Joe Manchin says he will not vote for the legislation, it looks like Democrats are not going to be able to overcome Republican opposition in the Senate to pass President Biden's roughly $2 trillion Build Back Better bill. Tom Cotton, the U.S. Senator from Arkansas, says,
at a time when we have almost $30 trillion in debt, this bill would add $5 trillion to it. We have the worst inflation in 40 years. This bill would add fuel to the fire of inflation.
The Republican Cotton speaking there on Fox News Sunday night in America. President Biden's Build Back Better agenda would focus on issues from health care to education, climate change, and tax laws. The NHL and Players Association announcing cross-border games are now being postponed for the upcoming week because of rising COVID cases. And this is USA Radio News.
Folks, you know how cancel culture has affected Mike Lindell. Well, MyPillow may have gotten canceled out of retail stores, but you can save big just in time for Christmas at MyPillow.com. The classic standard size MyPillow that sold in stores for almost $70 is on sale for Christmas for just $19.98. Standard size, $19.98. Queen and king size slightly higher, but only if you go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, get a MyPillow for that special person in your life. You also get a free press and pack bag so you can take your MyPillow anywhere. Save big on anything on the MyPillow website, but only if you use my promo code USA. Support Mike Lindell and American Jobs. Get the best price ever on a MyPillow, and do your Christmas shopping at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA or call 1-800-951-8175. Merry Christmas.
The DEA administrator believes social media companies need to do more to fight drug trafficking, as Ann Milgram was discussing the severity of the opioid crisis, saying drug cartels are using social media platforms to get deadly drugs into Americans' hands with one click. She said on CBS's Face the Nation, companies like TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook should go after such illegal activity. She also encouraged parents to have conversations with their children about the dangers of drugs like fentanyl. With his son Charlie by his side, Tiger Woods making a quietly strong comeback to competitive golf. The pair finishing second in the PNC Championship in Florida over the weekend. The event, which partnered champions with family members, was won by John Daly and his son. But it was Tiger Woods' first event since he was seriously injured in a car wreck near Los Angeles last February. And this is USA Radio News.
The greatest radio shows of all time.
Right now, I got to straighten out this closet. One second.
Classic radio theater.
The Great Gildersleeve.
Yeah.
Well, here I am.
Yikes!
Oh, George, we've got company.
The greatest radio shows of all time, classic radio theater, on this radio station or online anywhere podcasts are served by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
Republicans say Democrats are ignoring the nonpartisan agency that they used to champion as they try to pass that Build Back Better plan. An update from USA Radio's Brad Bernards.
The White House and President Joe Biden have turned on the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office when it exposed the cost of the Build Back Better Act, including Press Secretary Jen Psaki calling its latest scoring fake. But Representative Pete Sessions, Republican of Texas, said on Newsmax the only thing fake is the White House. Psaki and Democrats lying to the American people about the zero cost of their progressive spending plan.
How can you say it is completely paid for when the CBO score is $3 trillion different? Yeah. And the bottom line is that's what they want. And so they're hoping that the people who hear it on their stations hear what they hear, and the people that are on conservative stations then know the truth.
From the USA Radio News, West Texas Bureau, I'm Brad Bernards.
And Elizabeth Warren has tested positive for COVID-19, the Democratic U.S. Senator making the announcement by Twitter, saying despite a negative COVID test result just earlier this week, she then tested positive today, Sunday, with a breakthrough case. Warren adds she's only experiencing mild symptoms. And from the New England Bureau of USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, final hour, off and rolling here. I don't want to beat a dead horse, but again, in trying to pass on all the information possible so people can make what they call informed decisions. That's what I'm all about. That's what we try to do. There's Dr. Seneff, PhD, senior research scientist at MIT, who's been conducting research at MIT for over 50 years, okay? Spent a large portion of her career investigating the hazards and mechanisms of action of glyphosate. I don't know what glyphosate is, but her attention was diverted to the science of mRNA gene transfer technologies in early 2020, way back when Operation Warp Speed was announced. And she noted in her paper many factors that lacked precedent, yet were being implemented at breakneck speed, including, as she lists, the first ever use of PEG, P-E-G, in an injection. I'd have to do some research. What is PEG? I don't know. Number 2, the first ever use of mRNA gene transfer technology against an infectious agent. The first ever, quote, vaccine to make no clear claims about reducing infection, transmissibility, or death. Number 4, the first ever coronavirus vaccine ever tested on humans, as previous coronavirus vaccines all failed due to what they call antibody-dependent enhancement, a condition in which the antibodies actually facilitate infection rather than defend against infection. And lastly, the first ever use of genetically modified polynucleotides in the general population. I was trying to recall, somewhere in, back in time, I believe I heard the word polynucleotides. You remember that word? I believe that was the one in The Nutty Professor. Recall when Professor Clump was trying to develop his little concoction to turn back time, to make you younger again. That's what it was a comedy, but I remember, I believe that was the word used in the class. One of the female students asked, Professor Clump, can you explain polynucleotides? And he was already at the point in the movie there where he had taken several doses of his experimental concoction, and he was losing his memory. Yeah, polynucleotides is when, peptopolynucleotides, he couldn't remember anything. It's this, in May of this year, they did an interview with Dr. Seneff. She says, quote, to have developed this incredibly new technology so quickly and to skip so many steps in the process of evaluating its safety, it is insanely reckless that they've done. My instinct was, this is bad. I needed to know the truth. So I really dug into the research literature by the people who developed these vaccines, and then more extensive research literature around those topics. And I don't see how these vaccines can possibly be doing anything good. At the time, just 5 months into the vaccination campaign, she suspected the COVID shots would end up killing far more than the infection itself. Today, a full year into it, the statistics are grim beyond belief, she says, proving her educated prediction to have been an astute one. As of December 3, 2021, the VAERS system, the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, has logged an astounding 927,000 plus COVID jab adverse events, including nearly 20,000 deaths. Now, VAERS can receive reports from the manufacturers of the vaccine and other international sources. If we include those, the death toll reported in U.S. territories exclusively stands at 9,136. Now, of the total death reports, Pfizer, the only company that the Food and Drug Administration granted licensing for an as-yet unavailable COVID shot, accounts for the vast majority. Pfizer also accounts for the vast majority of hospitalizations post-injection, while those over the age of 66 make up the bulk of deaths. 25 to 50-year-olds account for the most hospitalizations. She lists some of the reasons for hospitalizations. I won't go through all those. She says it looks like the cure is going to be worse than the disease. The spike protein, she says, is the most dangerous part of COVID-19. The reason we're seeing all these problems from the shots is because they program your cells to continuously produce the SARS-CoV-2 spike protein, which we now know is the most dangerous part of the virus. Many experts noted from the start, wondering what the vaccine developers could possibly be thinking, selecting this as the antigen for their shots. While the mRNA injections can cause harm in many different ways, one basic problem is they can overstimulate your immune system to the point of failure. In summary, as your cells start producing the viral spike proteins, your immune cells rally to mop up the proteins and dump them into your lymphatic system. This is why many people report swollen lymph nodes under the arms. The antibody response is part of your humoral immunity. You also have cellular immunity, which is part of the innate immune system. Your innate immune system is very powerful. If you're healthy, it can clear viruses without ever producing a single antibody. Antibodies are actually a second-tier effect when your innate immune system fails. Problem is, your innate immune system will not be activated and likely fail to protect you if you get a COVID shot because it's bypassing all of the areas where your innate immune system would be brought to bear. Normally, you breathe the virus in, stimulate the production secretory IgA antibodies to protect your respiratory system. When you bypass that route with a jab in the arm, no secretory IgA antibodies are produced, leaving you susceptible to the infection. There's much more to the story. Her expectation is the effects of this are going to persist for a very long time. Long-term potential neurological damage is to be expected. Lung, heart, and brain diseases are predictable consequences. She goes into great detail describing how the spike protein acts as a metabolic poison. They extracted a little segment of it, but even that segment is rather lengthy going through and trying to explain. But again, do some research. I just heard on the news break there where, you're getting one message from the likes of mainstream media. You've got to go to conservative media to get any inkling of the rest of the story. All right, let me get back to the calls here. Good morning, Heat Wave. Happy Monday.
Oh, yes, sir. Thank you, senor. I'll tell you what, I get tired of arguing with people who want to base their decisions on feelings and non-facts, especially on this case with the gentleman there in Colorado. I mean, I was on a Fox Facebook post, And these people had no idea that there was this thing called the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Association. They had no idea what is involved in getting a CDL. They thought I was being racist because I said it has to be English. And people telling me, oh, that's not true. Anybody can get a license. Yeah, anybody can who speaks the English language. I said in the southern states, the border states, you will have English and Spanish signs, but only to a certain point inside the state. I said, other than that, it's all English. You have to be able to converse with, the law enforcement or whoever else, and you need to be able to read and comprehend what you've read. Ultimately, this guy, he is at fault. His company may have had issues with brakes, but this guy is ultimately responsible for the deaths of these people. And so some may say it's excessive. Well, I think the deaths of those innocent people was a little excessive as well. So my opinion, I believe the guy got every damn bit of time that he deserved. I mean, if that happened to me, if I was the one doing that, people would be screaming bloody murder and demanding that I get buried under the jail cell. So that's my take on that. I had another issue with Walmart out here in Edgewood recently. I was making a snide comment when I was walking out and had to show my receipt. I said, normally it's you're innocent until proven guilty. And without missing a beat, this off-duty Walmart worker just flat out and out says, it's policy. Well, I can give a rat's ass if it's policy or not. I'm trying to make a joke here, and you're taking it serious. So what did I do? Oh, I escalated it, and I went to corporate. I went ahead and filed a complaint. And wouldn't you know it, something must have happened because they're going to take a couple of the registers out that are self-service, and they're going to put in another couple of registers that are manned. And I said, well, that's great. But are they going to be manned? Are they just going to be token registers where you have 6 or 8 instead of just 4? Then how many of those registers are going to be open? So, anyways, all I can say is, to hell with Walmart. I would rather go to Smith's and spend more money.
The Walmart around the corner from my house, I believe there are a total of 34 register lines, to which if you've got 2 separate entrances, you go on the one end, you got like 4 or 6 self-serves. Typically, one would be an actual manned register with somebody checking you out with the conveyor belt thing.
Right.
Somewhere down about number 20 or 22, they might, during busy hours, have another one opened up. And normally you have to go from one end to the other entrance where, again, there's 4 or 6 self-serves. And typically, maybe one actual manned register. But you got 34 registers with nobody working any of them.
Yep. And if they have to spend more money to hire more people to watch us in the self-serve, then you got more than enough damn people and money to run the other registers. Some people just lose sight of where their success came from. And I believe Walmart has lost that particular site. So, I told them, I said, I would rather spend more money at a Smith's right across the interstate from Walmart. I said, because not only do they have both registers, the self-serve and
Demand.
people that work the register.
Yep.
They have, both of them are open. You know, so it's like, yep. So they could learn a few things from a smaller grocery company. Sorry, I'm changing mattresses and I'm a little out of wind here. But Steve, I got to tell you, senor, that was the best Christmas party I had ever been to.
Oh, yeah?
Thank you very much. Oh, God. Man, I tell you what, that Budweiser in the refrigerator, whoo, that was great. And that underground, in-ground pool system you had, I can't believe you actually put Jell-O in it. Jell-O shots. I mean, just jump off the high dive and mouth open wide and just swallow up what you jumped into.
Hey, that wasn't Jell-O shots. That was swamp water.
Oh, no, not this.
That was goose poop.
Maybe the stuff goose poop. Well, I don't know. It had a nice alcoholic ring to it, so thank you very much.
All right.
We simply must do this again.
So you haven't come down with your ptomaine yet, right? I don't know how long does it take for that to kick in? Now, you mentioned the ability to read and speak into English. Yeah, that's funny. I imagine there are people out there that want to argue with you, say, no, you don't. That's bullcrap. Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, 49 CFR 391.11. This is your green book, your FMCSA commercial license. FMCSA, the enforcement arm of the trucking industry. 49 CFR 391.11 requires, in order to get a commercial driver's license, an applicant must be able to, quote, read and speak the English language sufficiently to converse with the general public, to understand highway traffic signs and signals in the English language, to respond to official inquiries, and to make entries on reports and records. That's the way it's written in the book. How many drivers out there, you know and I know? I bet it's getting close to half the damn trucking population that can't. Now, there's a story from West Virginia. It talks about a Russian truck driver who had a wreck, spilled a truckload of cocoa, could not speak a lick of English, somehow obtained a Maryland CDL. I mean, there's these occasional stories about people essentially like buying licenses in various states, even when they don't qualify. That may have been the case with this guy. We have seen cases in which immigrant truck drivers who did not speak or read English obtained CDL licenses contrary to the federal rule. Now, this is from a law firm. He said, there was one case, I took the deposition in Kansas City through an interpreter, a Croatian truck driver who was taught to drive a tractor trailer by some Russian guy in North Carolina. He said his study of the CDL manual and rules, accompanied by having his 10-year-old daughter translated for him. By the time I took his deposition, he had learned enough English to have a little conversation, although we had to work through an interpreter. Can you imagine how hard it is to get a Croatian interpreter at all to begin with? Yeah, forget about getting one that knows the nuances of court interpreting. I mean, yeah, you just can't make this stuff up. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, this time of year, it really is heartwarming to hear the stories of people going out, playing the Secret Santa. See the stories where there's, I saw this guy last week who was, I think he had $30,000 worth of $100 bills, and he was just kind of handing out a $100 bill here and there, to surprise people. Then you playing the Secret Santa, surprise, surprise. I shared the story of last week where someone left like a $4,400 tip for the two girls that waited on them for their large party, 42 attendees, and everyone agreed to give $100 to the tip, so it was a $4,200 tip. I'm looking here from what's known as the Midland Soup Kitchen Ministry. There's pictures. It's like, wow. Hundreds of toys, all prepared to divvy out to less fortunate children in the Midland, Odessa area. We want to thank the undercover Secret Santas that helped contribute to the record-breaking annual toy drive. We cannot thank you enough. We are so blessed, and because of that, we are able to bless the children. Thank you, Jesus. Toys will be distributed today, Monday, December the 20th, 11:30 a.m. till 1 p.m. Come early because the lines will be long. And yes, children must be present to receive. But that's from what they call the Midland Soup Kitchen Ministry. And that's, like I said, the photograph. That's a lot of toys they're going to be divvying out. How cool is that? And then I was told last week, you hear me talking often about the Vinicolette Winery here in Cincinnati, Coleraine Township, Ohio. Matter of fact, the only winery in Hamilton County, Ohio. There are some wineries in some of the other counties, north and west or whatever, over in Indiana. But yeah, this particular county, Cincinnati's Hamilton County, the only active working winery here. Someone came in last week, apparently, and I believe it was on, I think they told me it was a Tuesday night. They have different specials. So, I don't know if that was their spaghetti night or whatever it was. They have like an all-you-can-eat spaghetti night each week. But I guess I don't know if it was an individual solo or a couple. I'm thinking it probably was a couple. $120 meal, like $118 or something, and left a $7,000 tip. Supposedly, I guess there were 7 people working that evening, 7 different servers or whatever, and that tip was to divvy out $1,000 to each of the 7 servers. And whoever it was, wanted to be anonymous. I mean, how about that? You imagine that just, you're working for your whatever, and I don't know what the wage is, to working there to be a server, but across the board in that kind of biz to get $1,000 tip right there, a week and a half before Christmas. How cool is that? Make your Christmas so much brighter. So, all right, we'll get our news break in here. Come back and roll on into the early hours of a Monday. Yeah, Christmas week. Here it is. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
Now that Senate Democrat Joe Manchin says he will not vote for the legislation, it looks like Democrats are not going to be able to overcome Republican opposition in the Senate to pass President Biden's roughly $2 trillion Build Back Better bill. Tom Cotton, the U.S. Senator from Arkansas, says,
at a time when we have almost $30 trillion in debt, this bill would add $5 trillion to it. We have the worst inflation in 40 years. This bill would add fuel to the fire of inflation.
The Republican Cotton speaking there on Fox News Sunday night in America. President Biden's Build Back Better agenda would focus on issues from health care to education, climate change, and tax laws. The NHL and Players Association announcing cross-border games are now being postponed for the upcoming week because of rising COVID cases. This is USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to bingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at bingoRadioUSA.com. That's bingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
Did you know Mike Lindell has over 150 different items on the MyPillow website, and any of them would be great for Christmas gifts for your friends and family? Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 after you've explored the MyPillow website. Use that promo code USA and save big on anything in the MyPillow website just for Christmas.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
That's pretty funny. People post these little memes. And this one is, what is something a cop can say at work and in the bedroom? Somebody said, hold him up. Okay, that's a question for Pappy, right? Hold him up. Meanwhile, Philip didn't mention, but of course the launch was not in Florida this time around, but SpaceX did launch over the weekend. A SpaceX rocket carried 52 more Starlink satellites into orbit from California. The two-stage Falcon 9 lifted on from Vandenberg Space Force Base, arcing over the Pacific. First stage returned, landed on the SpaceX drone ship in the ocean there. It was the 11th launch and recovery of that stage, that first stage. Second stage continued into orbit. Deployment of the satellites was confirmed, according to the launch commentator. The 34th launch for Starlink, the constellation of nearly 2,000 satellites that are now in low Earth orbit, as they work their way up to, some of the numbers are incredible, 12,000 eventually, with potentially 20, 30,000 more over the years to come. And then there was Nicholas Sandman. Does that name ring a bell? Yay, nay? Let me remind you, it was the Covington Catholic High School student. Remember that whole deal there in Washington, D.C.? Well, the lawsuits that had been filed, several have already been settled. Another announcement was made on Friday. They have settled the $275 million defamation lawsuit against NBC. Now, neither party publicized the terms of the settlement. However, Sandman asked for $275 million in damages in his lawsuit against NBC Universal and MSNBC. Sandman sent out a tweet, "At this time, I'd like to release that NBC and I have reached a settlement." This is the third corporate media organization to settle, after he and his classmates were accused of mocking the Native American activist Nathan Phillips during that January March for Life event. Recall that now? Where Nicholas was wearing the Make America Great Again hat. And many in the media painting Sandmann as an aggressive racist who initiated the conflict with Phillips. Well, however, after an independent investigation, the conclusion was there was no evidence that Sandmann or the students performed any sort of a build the wall chant. But in the days after the media's attack on Sandmann, witness cell phone footage showed that Phillips initially approached Sandmann. The video showed that the group of black Hebrew Israelites confronted both Sandmann's and Phillips' groups well before the two were even face-to-face. Viewed as disrespectful. Well, now Sandmann says, I wish I would have walked away, but I didn't want to be disrespectful to Mr. Phillips and walk away if he was trying to talk to me. But certainly I was surrounded by a lot of people I didn't know that had their cell phones out, that had cameras. And I didn't want to bump into anyone or seem like I was trying to do something. But Sandmann's attorneys accused NBC of making at least 15 defamatory television broadcasts, 6 defamatory online articles, many tweets, falsely accusing Nicholas and his Covington Catholic High School classmates of racist acts. Now, they've already settled with, looks like the Washington Post settled, CNN settled. Now, he did say the $275 million lawsuit with CNN in January and the $250 million lawsuit against the Washington Post was settled back in July. Again, they're not disclosing the terms. How much? I mean, will Kyle Rittenhouse be potentially following suit? Hell, he should hire Sandmann's attorney. Yeah, whoever's representing him, because what's Nicholas Sandmann worth now? I bet undoubtedly the lawyers are taking a big chunk of it, but I don't think he's going to be hurting anytime soon financially. Morning, Horse Feathers.
Morning, Your Honor. Thanks for taking me back there. So I want to warn you, Jolly Green's going to be calling in and told you I told you so. You do realize that, right?
What did he tell me so what?
Well, he said that we're going to get these chips injected into our bodies, and you just got done telling us what happened in Sweden, and you know what happens when things start at one side of the world, and they come around.
Yeah.
So you just wait. That Jolly Green's going to be calling in and telling you I told you.
Well,
so.
he's
not working this week.
He's the one that advocated for it, though. He's the one that was talking about what the kids getting lost over here. We should inject them, and oh boy, he got a dumbass of the week nomination for that one.
Now that it's happening, though, he's gonna be calling in and saying, "See, I told you it's going to be coming." So just watch yourself. Be warned. But anyways, this deal, and let's see. We'll start with Maryland. You talked about the Russian driver had the CDL license there, couldn't speak English. In Maryland, as far as I know, if you can't speak English when you go in to take your test, they will provide you with a translator. If you can't read or understand their test, they will provide you with a translator to take the test in whatever language you are proficient in. So there you go. So anyways, I don't know. You said something about a Croatian one there too, so I can't remember what the whole deal is with that. So I guess we'll skip that. The New York City deal there. Now, if Mayor de Blasio has 90% of his city population vaccinated, how much more vaccinations can they do? I mean, how much more are they talking about the boosters now? Do you have to have like a booster in each arm, or how many boosters do you need now? And I did hear over the weekend that they are almost for sure going to be changing the definition of fully vaccinated.
Correct.
So they're just writing it in pencil now. So they can just erase what they need to and rewrite it a little easier. But anyways, So I don't know. Everything else there, I guess guess we've kind of been over enough. But yeah, I did want to let you know that Maryland, there you can get a translator to use to take your examination in whatever your language you're proficient in. Now, I don't know about the skills. I don't know if you get to have the translator ride with you, or if I don't know how that works. You know, when you have the licensing, you know, certifier riding with you in the vehicle. Is there? Or we only got 2 seats in the truck, Your Honor. Where do you put the interpreter? I'm not sure about that. And with a Croatian deal, you said the guy's daughter interpreted his whole book for him to take the test. Maybe that lawyer should have hired his daughter, that 10-year-old girl, to be the interpreter. Maybe she would have been the best one for the job. I don't know. So, but other than that, hey, we'll kick it on out here and give you a chance to look for an intelligent caller there. And I'm not sure, was he waved there? He said something about an in-ground pool. Didn't you have a?
Yeah, the last I checked, it was about. I haven't been to the back. I haven't been to the back since over the weekend. I don't know what kind of a mess they left out there. Lord help me.
Yeah, but he said something about coming off the high dive into an in-ground pool, a cement pond. Did you get a cement pond put in, or did you just have one of them splashy, you know, metal bands put up there with some water on the inside?
Hell, they may have brought an excavator out here and dug me an in-ground. I don't know. Maybe they. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. Hey, is this Rooster?
Good morning, Steve. How are you this morning?
Doing well. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday, buddy. Just wanted to holler at you. I want to comment there on that was a good story you read there a while ago about the $4,200 for the secret Santa there. That's stories like that really make you feel good. You don't hear much of that like you used to.
Yeah.
Used to hear that a lot. Not just at Christmas, people would do that for families and whatnot. It's sad that it don't happen more often, but we've been sending a lot of stuff out Mayfield way. Some of the folks down here where I'm at, been money, mainly for whatever the people need out there. I think they're getting bombarded with clothes and stuff like that, but they got a long road ahead of them out there, so hope people keep them in their prayers. But I'm sure there have been other places that's been donating as well. I've been hearing some other stories too like that, but it's always good to hear when other people step up.
Yep, that's what I said. It's kind of heartwarming. Love those stories, and there's plenty of them out there this year.
Absolutely. I won't keep you. If I don't talk to you no more this week, have a Merry Christmas. I'm heading out east right now as we speak, so I hope to be back by Wednesday night. We'll see, but I'll try to have a short week. So just wanted to holler at you. Yeah, hope you and your family have a Merry Christmas, and I'll talk to you maybe sometime next week.
All right, you got it there. Rooster, thank you so much. Be safe in your travels out there. And we return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, back at it here. Yeah, we were talking earlier about the influx of drugs coming out of Mexico in the form of actual pills that look like the real deal. Oxycodone, hydrocodone, Percocets, you name it. Yeah, but they're not the real deal. They're killing hundreds of thousands, 100,000 overdose deaths. They're fentanyl. I'm looking here where U.S. and Border Protection seized thousands of pounds of methamphetamine from a tractor trailer at an Arizona border crossing last Wednesday at the Mariposa Commercial Facility in Tucson. Border Protection officers referred a 21-year-old Mexican truck driver for a secondary inspection as he attempted to enter the U.S. After a canine alerted to the truck, a physical search was conducted on the truck's shipment of what was supposed to be automotive parts. Officers discovered 470 packages of methamphetamine weighing nearly 3,280 pounds hidden in the auto parts shipment. Obviously, they seized the drugs and the truck. Driver was placed under arrest, handed over to Immigration and Customs and Homeland Security investigators. But they said this was a record-breaking drug seizure. Now, looking at the photographs, it's methamphetamine in I don't know, bricks, but palletized, stacked kind of like you would stack lumber back and forth on the skid. But these bricks were probably nearly 3 feet long, 2x4 kind of size. It just, a lot of drugs coming into this country, sadly. But good morning, Larry. How's your Monday starting out?
So far, real good. We'll see what happens, see how it rolls out.
Yeah.
You were talking about people speaking English and driving a commercial motor vehicle. I remember about 10 years ago, I had pulled into a gas station in south part of Georgia, and shortly afterwards, a police officer, a Georgia State Patrol officer, pulled over a vehicle, and there was two fellows that got out. Because the guy traveling with me was also a police officer, we were alerted by the way that individuals exit the vehicle, so we kind of stayed in the peripheral there and watched what was going on. And as the police officer tried to ask them for IDs, they started responding in Spanish. And he must have asked 3 or 4 times for some kind of ID and to speak English. And when they did not comply, he wound up arresting them. All of a sudden, with handcuffs on, they were able to speak English.
Oh, really?
Ah. I didn't know it worked that way. It was just phenomenal. We identified ourselves at that point, and let the officer know why we were kind of watching. We didn't want him to be intimidated because we were gawking, if you will. But so we had a long conversation with him afterwards, and he told us that, hey, you have to drive a motor vehicle in the United States. You're supposed to be able to communicate effectively in the English language. And since they were not able to do that and properly identify themselves, he arrested them. But then even at that point, he couldn't unarrest them because he had already effected the arrest. Doesn't work that way. Did you see the link that I sent you about Sheriff Rick Jones?
I don't think I saw that.
Well, there was a young African-American fella at a Kroger store in Butler County who basically, there was a female that somebody snatched her purse, I guess, and this young African-American went in foot pursuit, apprehended the suspect, made a citizen's arrest, and Sheriff Rick Jones recognized the young man and gave him a little plaque as a result of what he did. And I think it even went viral. The whole thing.
I did see that video.
Rick Jones is just
came out of the store, chased the guy down, and he was trying to get away. He wanted to run, but he wasn't going nowhere, was he?
Rick Jones made the comment about how fast this young man must have been to be able to catch up with him and everything else. But it was kind of neat to see. And of course, anybody who knows Rick Jones from Butler County Sheriff, he is the top vote getter, like 65% plus. He's just a super guy. Known him for a lot of years when he was the under the prior sheriff, Gabbert, Harold Don. Super guy. It was a neat story to watch too and share.
And amazing as a big Trump supporter. I don't know, has he had to be elected since the 2020 election?
I think he is running this year. Okay. I think he's up for re-election this year. And I'm sure that even though he was a big Trump supporter, I'm sure that he's going to have fantastic support.
Well, if people have a lick of common sense, they want a sheriff that doesn't take any BS. They don't take no crap.
No, Rick Jones is I remember one time I was at a meeting and Rick Jones was talking about a car smuggling ring that they had worked on for 6 months, and they arrested about 12 people for drugs and selling stolen vehicles and everything else. It was so neat the way that he teased his captain. A female captain was going to get up and speak, and she was nervous about speaking. And so he had a little laser pointer. And so while she was talking, he's taking the laser pointer and pointing all over her uniform and everything else. He's just a fun guy to work for. In fact, you might remember Rick Jones I'd say about 10 years ago, he got a speeding ticket by one of his officers. And he commanded the officer to write the citation.
How about that? No slack. If the sheriff's speeding, give him a ticket. All right. Well, that's Richard Jones. He kind of reminds me of, as far as his ain't taking no BS kind of stance, to Sheriff Joe Arpaio there in Arizona. All right. Hey, we're up against the clock there, wrapping things up on a Monday morning. Thanks so much for hanging out with us. Have a safe day out there, and we'll chat again tonight at the midnight hour as we make our way into Christmas week. It is that time of year, right? The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah,